T minus 30 seconds. T minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
LadyChann! Fight!
Yo, hey girl, it's LadyChann, rep nonetheless, and welcome to the weekly wrap-up show. Come box with Chann, and we are in the building. What up, though? My people. Mi gente. Okay. Sorry I'm a bit late. Usual. Hope you guys have had a great day. Let me just get the banner up. Hope you guys had a great time and kept it safe at Notting Hill Carnival. I saw some madness. I saw people falling through a bus shelter. Like, you know, the shelter of the bus waiting for the bus. Like, they're dancing on top of it. That was yesterday. And it collapsed. I don't know. Hopefully there was no injured parties, but the clip didn't show anything further than them going through the roof. People get too gassed. So my ass was not there. My ass was not in the building. So we've had a good one this week. Bits and pieces that have come through. Line of mine. Woo. All right, let me get the banner done. Click. We will have a couple of call-ins. Just to let you know, log down the number. So my American compadres, 917-268-9433, 917-268-9433. And my British compadres, 07939-530-676. 07939-530-676. So call in, log in the number, and yeah, because that will be what you need. All right, so let me just, social media handles at LadyChann, Twitter and Instagram. # LadyChann for Cash App. No, thank you. Okay. All right, so just getting all these bits and pieces sorted out. So the banner is today, you know, a week in boxing feels like, you know, a day in boxing, everything changes, you know. Jeez, boxing moves so fast, but sometimes we do have slow weeks. But we've got Mr. Deontay Wilder back in the building. Deontay Wilder says, fuck, where did he go? Sorry, this just tried to do its own thing. Deontay Wilder says, right, AJ takes easy fights. He's been given everything that he's wanted. Okay, so come on, delete. Deontay Wilder, this is one of the topics, says AJ takes easy fights. Oh gosh. Easy fights. I always look for this this symbol and I can never find it when I'm, oh, is that it there like that? There you are. Fights. LadyChann meets Hasim Rahman Jr. Yeah, I went and met him. I met him at the KSI event on Saturday. LadyChann meets Hasim Rahman Junior. Get my Michael Buffer on, eh? So, the weekly wrap up show. The weekly wrap up show. Let's just get it going. Hang on. Weekly wrap up show. It's a lot to type. There's a lot to type. Bear with. You know, I didn't go to secretarial school. Give me a break. Okay. Right. So let's go. Without further ado, I'm introducing 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 AJ and Kenny Ken. Ding, 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 ding. What up, though? In the building.
Hey. What up,
Hey.
Ken? What up, Ken?
What up?
Hello,
Can I
AJ.
just say hello to people that's in the audience? So we've got Lisa Bales, my sister, in the building. Thank you for coming through. Rolling with the punches. In the building. Mi hermana Nali, todo bien? In the building. Big boys boxing in the building. Yes. Okay. Let them tickle through. Okie dokes. That is where we are at, Jack. Let me see. Don't want to. Hang on. Let me turn y'all up. I will put on my headphones.
Chann, I just want to say that hair color really works for you.
You like it?
I do.
Oh, thank you, AJ. Thank you.
Go on, give it them smiles. Smile. Come on. There you go.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, AJ. You're always so complimentary. Appreciate it. Haplotype. El primero está. El primero aquí. In the building. Hap. What up? Hey, Hap. Hap, hooray. All right, Kenny Ken in the building. Right, we are going to talk about Ken. How was your weekend?
Well, weekend I was at the Arsenal game. I came back from France on Friday, early hours of Saturday morning. Long story. I did watch the AJ fight because on this very device, me and my wife found a nice little contraption called Live Player, and we got all of Sky Sports' box office. I'm not going to say I'm going to do it all the time because I will buy it, but we were basically banging the money for the minute. So we saw all the fights, plus we saw the AJ fight or the aftermath. I know you discussed this. You know what? I wish AJ good health, and I wish Usyk good health. And one thing I'll say about AJ, it's not over, mate. You're still the most marketable boxer of a generation, and there are still fights for you. I actually can think about 3 or 4 fights that he'll have, and I can still see, and I'll be very shocked if he doesn't have a pathway to at least the WBC title and a fight for the title. If he does, because simple reason is that I can think of 3 or 4 fights he'll have, and out of those 3 or 4 fights, one of them is very, very dangerous, but all the rest of them, good fighters, but they'll beat them. AJ has no reason to retire. No reason.
Okie dokes. Yeah, we agree wholeheartedly, and he said he's not. He'll be back out in, I think, December. Shouts out to AJ. AJ Okie dokie. So, yeah, because you weren't there for that show. We had a good show, that show, actually. I did a rewatch and point score. And I actually had it a draw once I watched it all when we point scored it. 2 of us had it a draw. 2 of the judges had it a draw. And shouts out to Bold. He had it like 116 to 112 to Usyk. So it was just interesting when you watch things and see, a lot of the shots landing on AJ's gloves and not absolutely scoring. But,
I had it the same. I had the same as Bold, 116, 112. Actually, they rewatched
had it
it.
112. Yeah.
Usyk in favor of Usyk, yeah.
AJ, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, man.
If you notice, because when me and the wife were watching, obviously we were screaming at TV, but did you kind of score at 116, 112 because of Usyk took the 12th, 11th, and 12th away from him. Is that how you were scoring it?
Yeah, he won the
'Cause that's-
championship rounds for me. He did. Yeah.
Yeah,
10, 11, and 12.
Joshua had a
Yeah.
strong knock round, as we all saw, but then Usyk completely swept the championship rounds. And while Joshua did have his moments, Usyk just he did enough to win all the rest. So yeah.
Yeah, so that's how I looked at it.
I
Do you
gave
know, one more question? Sorry.
Go
Did
on.
you know that? Did you notice that? 2 weeks ago, when I was talking about the combination, trying to throw the uppercut, and one of the guys on it's not too easy. And I did notice when he did try to throw the uppercut, the Usyk
He missed them. He swerved it out of the way.
Swerved it out of the way, and I think
Usyk is so damn good, man. He's so hard to hit clean. He really is.
Yeah,
I mean, see, fighting him is no easy task, man, for nobody.
Even Tyson Fury fight it to hit him.
Yeah, exactly.
1,000,000%. This is what we're saying.
That's why I want to see that fight.
Yeah, I'm not too sure that Tyson Fury beats him, in my opinion. But
a lot of people are picking him to win.
I would like to see what's up with that. But anyway, so let's move on to what's going on in the docket. We have God. I was supposed to actually was I supposed to which one was I supposed to do? I was supposed to upload. I will. Shouts out to Malachi, New Media Today, USA Boxing. Yeah, can you guys hit the like? So Deontay Wilder comes out on record and basically states that Anthony Joshua, this is what happens when you are fed. You've been given the easy route, and you're a protected fighter, and they've made everything go his way. Wow, the hypocrisy at its finest.
Shut your bitch ass up!
Damn.
How about the crickets? Do the crickets. Do the crickets.
And we start because yeah. We had to do the double crickets.
Oh God!
So Deontay Wilder came out on record and saying this, yeah, and that Anthony Joshua is is a protected fighter. Can you guys chop it up? I've just got to upload a couple things onto here.
Okay.
Kenny and then AJ. I'll just be off cam just for 1 minute because I just want to do something. Okay, on there.
All right.
Go ahead. I'm listening. I'm still here, but I'm just won't be on cam. Go ahead.
Well, wait, so Miss Chann, you've got to remember that this is not the first time Deontay Wilder has expressed this after he lost against Ruiz Jr. the first fight in 2019.
Yep, he said that too as well back then.
He has a lot of gifts and everything. The thing regarding AJ is that there's a lot of people in boxing, in British boxing, AJ's God. A lot of people are very thankful of the fact that AJ has brought in everything from stadium fights, money into boxing, interest from what I call he's managed to cross over because AJ's crossed over. All the heavyweights in this country, like Dillian White, Tyson Fury, have benefited from that. All the fighters from lower weights have benefited from that. But when you've got someone like Deontay Wilder in the United States, there was got to be a resentment because the simple reason is that he feels that in terms of like the exposure in United States, he for some reason only known to Americans like yourself, he hasn't been able to cross that bridge. He hasn't been able to get that audience. So what he said is born out of jealousy, but actually it's actually quite technically correct. And because as you well know, obviously you watch boxing probably a bit longer than me, but one thing about promoters, TV stations, managers of these conglomerates, which AJ is, it's all about arse protection and protecting the records. AJ is so big that he has to keep winning. You know what I mean? Like if you look at his pathway to the world heavyweight title when he fought, Charles Martin, that was a gift. But saying that after he beat Charles Martin, he can only beat what's in front of him. There wasn't any good fighters out there. The Wilder fight, for some reason, wasn't happening. So he was served what I call a few pork chops. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Now you fought. Who did he fight? Brazil, then Molina.
yeah. Well, we all know about Molina. The minute Molina gets hit, he turns his back and prays.
Yeah, right. He just quits. I'm not calling the guy a quitter, but he just gives up. Yeah. So, I mean, his fight with Alan Babic was evidence of that. You know, as soon as he got hit clean, he just didn't want to beat her anymore at all.
The same Wardley as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's but the follow up about what you said, it's like we had a strip because his fight with Martin. I thought about that, and it's like he beat that guy so easily. Did like Martin just sell his title? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He basically beat that guy with no effort at all, and just the talking that Martin did. I don't know if you ever saw like just how much he talked. He was talking himself up and like dissing AJ, like during the lead up and the build up to the fight. You make him, you think oh, he's going to put up a good fight, but nope, mismatch. He goes in there and AJ blows him out in a couple rounds, and like AJ was, he even looked by his expression, he was shocked that like he beat him so easy. He's like, I thought this was going to be hard, you know. But
lastly, Ray,
Is that LadyChann?
Can you do that?
No, I haven't got access to doing that, but
that's me. I'm coming. I'll be back in the building with my sister Lisa Bells is back in the building.
Yeah. Hey. I was gonna do I could do the bathroom later. I'ma just come on. Cause I'ma speak my truth.
Yeah. Wait. We're not paying attention to the. Please only pay attention to.
Apologies.
I pay attention to something to bring up in the comments because the comments are designed to sometimes sway and swerve people from there's a lot of detractors and deflectors in there. So we've had there's great legends that have spoken, and we caught up with one of them. One of the legends we caught up with. Shouts out to Ray Mercer in the building. Shouts out to Ray Mercer. Ray Mercer bigged up, Tyson Fury, said what he had to say, and Ray Mercer had this to say.
And lastly, Ray, Wilder coming back, our American heavyweight coming back on the 15th. Is it hard to come back from a KO loss and still be yourself?
What is hard to come back is you got to learn how to fucking box before you come back.
Thank you, Ray.
Did you see how he just walked away? Like that was it. That was done. No. I've been dying. See, since I seen that clip.
You play it again?
I've been dying. Yeah, I'm gonna play it again because I have been dying. I've been dying. Mate. Okay, so they caught up with Ray Mercer. They was at the Hall of Fame event in Las Vegas that just went down on Saturday, and they was asking about the current state of the heavyweight division, and Ray Mercer had this to say.
And lastly, Ray, Wilder coming back, our American heavyweight coming back on the 15th. Is it hard to come back from a KO loss and still be yourself?
What is hard to come back is you got to learn how to fucking box before you come back.
Thank you, Ray.
Damn. No filter email.
Ray Mercer said, did you hear Zytel? Thank you, Ray. Like, couldn't he forget, no, you got to learn the fucking box before you even come back. And he just took his wife and kept it pushing. No fucking time for it. No time at all. No time for it. I have been dying from that. Shouts out to Ray Mercer that just told the fuck.
Shouts out to Bo too. Bo said that. Hang
on. Let me finish my words, my sentences, because when you cut AJ, I forget what I'm gonna say. So now I've forgotten what I've gonna say. So
sorry.
Go ahead.
Fuck you, AJ. Don't do that to LadyChann. What's happening, LadyChann? Kenny, Lisa, AJ.
Sorry, you said bold. Something to do bold.
I thought Bold said that the Wilder Reds are going to come after Ray now because of what he said.
Oh yeah, I'm sure Ray will won't give two shits, would he? Because Ray has told the truth. Who's going to refute bits of what Ray Mercer just said? Because is he lying?
Nah.
There was any no lies detected.
No.
Yeah, keeping it 100. So go ahead, you guys. Go, AJ, you go. Lisa, go, and then Swab go on what Deontay Wilder had to say. Go ahead. About what he was saying about, AJ, about did you say what did you finish what you wanted to say, or Lisa, about Deontay Wilder saying that AJ has been a protected fighter? I would just like to say that Kenny Ken, I would have to disagree. I'm going to show you some facts, stats, and data about AJ being a protected fighter, and and Wilder not being a protected fighter. We can't have pots calling kettles black when the pot is black as well. So so go ahead, you guys chop. Let me work my magic. Go ahead.
I disagree with the statement because if yes, he had the machine behind him. Of course, he had the big sky mammoth behind him and coming in a gold medalist or whatever, but that's not his fault or whatever. I like them throwing him in there with Klitschko at with under 20 fights. I don't think he was protected. He's went in there and fought. Tried to fight the best. Fought really good competition, but also or attempted to try to fight the top guys, but for some reason, when it came to those two, he was kind of like they was locked into those fights. It was kind of frozen out at that moment. You know what I'm trying to say? But I don't think that he was, when you look at his resume, because Povetkin is a good name. Even though Povetkin was older, he was still a good name. Povetkin was always a dangerous fighter. You know what I'm saying? So, and Povetkin has a good resume from what I've seen. Because Povetkin kind of pretty much fought almost everybody. Not everybody, but he got a lot of good scalps on his record. And, these was all more or less top 10 guys, especially after he fought like Dylan and Vlad. So the names never, they were always pretty highly ranked names. You know what I'm saying? So I don't see where he was necessarily protected. If you're protecting your fighter, you're protecting their O.
Yeah, I agree.
So that's just my opinion.
That's
Let me
true.
Let me do the super chat. That's one second. Shouts out to Al Money for dropping that $2 on your girl. Thank you very much. Salute, LadyChann. Salute to you, Al Money in the building. Okay, so Swab, go ahead.
Yeah, I came in a little bit late. I don't really know the topics, but I've just heard someone say that AJ.
No, you can't just jump on the panel without knowing the caption.
No, I read the caption. I'm just saying.
You know what the topic's
I heard what you said. I think, LadyChann, about people saying that Anthony Joshua is a protected fighter and Deontay Wilder is not a protected fighter. One of them is that. And the second one was about Ray Mercer calling. I just watched that video, so I'm up to date. Let's put it that way. I'm up to date.
Okay, so Deontay Wilder saying what he just said about AJ being a protected fighter. That's where we are. That's the premise of this.
You put it the right way. You just said a kettle thing. No, a pot calling the kettle black. But the thing is, the kettle is not there, bro. So you're just a black pot. That's all it is. Pun unintended. You know what I mean, bro? AJ, AJ was pushed into the deep end in the 16th fight. Yeah, whatever. If you see it that way, after that, when he became world champion, we beat Martin. Bro, he was back to back. I think fighting the top 10s, bro. What the fuck are you talking about? What were you doing at the thing on your 16th fight? I was watching. Shout out to Coach Malachi,
Yeah.
and he broke down.
We'll
What's it
do
called?
that.
Wilder.
So that's why we're doing that. Piggybacking to Coach Malachi has like looked at all of the did the due diligence. Shouts out to Coach Malachi that because we're going to actually look at a clip of that. So go ahead. I just want your point of view first, because we are going to be showing Coach Malachi's here. I'm just trying to load it all up. Have you finished, Shawab? Okay, go.
Yeah. No, I think I thought you were gonna finish
No.
it. So, and secondly, I was just saying, how is AJ protected when back to back he's fought better people than you? That same Povetkin that he beat fucked up Dillian White. Wherever he was winning, but he knocked out Dillian White. He's one of my favorites. You have to be honest. Put that same Povetkin that AJ fought and that same Ortiz that Deontay Wilder fought, who wins? I don't want to play in the triangle theory, but who's the better boxer? Who's the former? I think he was a world champion, wasn't he? Povetkin.
Yeah.
He's a former champion. Is Ortiz a champion? Is Ortiz a champion? No.
No.
Has he ever been a champion? No.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah? It was ridiculous.
I know. Go ahead, big boys boxing in the building.
All right, man. Like you were saying, the pot calling the kettle black. I mean, his quotes. If you put Wilder's name in instead of AJ, he's describing himself. He's spot on with him being protected. But the big difference is Wilder has turned down most of the opportunities that he was offered, and on Anthony Joshua grabbed every single one with both hands. So him calling him protected to me is absolute garbage.
Yeah, garbage. Isn't it? Garbage.
Yeah.
I know. I'm with you. I think Deontay Wilder is talking about himself. And he's talking about the suits. It's a beers knees. It doesn't let the suits get in the way. Well, the only suits that I've got in the way is the suits that work with. To be
Chann
fair.
is like this. He's a business. Boxing is business.
It's business.
Hey, Chann, can I add something?
Of course you can.
If you look up the word protected fighter in the dictionary.
No, you guys know how it is when you buy a new Mac. It's super.
Go ahead. Sorry, Deontay. What?
No. You're gonna find a picture of Leonard Ellaby, right? But if you look real close, Leonard Ellaby is holding up a picture of Deontay Wilder. That's the definition of a protected fighter. I mean, he's just projected himself onto AJ. That's all he's doing. Like all his shortcomings. That's pretty much what I see. And it's like he's not very bright to realize this. I think Tyson Fury's his ass whoopings might still have a lingering effect on his brain. So maybe that's what it is. I don't know.
I think he's trying to compete with Tyson Fury of how much garbage they talk.
No, that's true as well. Wilder, yeah. Whenever Anthony Joshua was beat, he either beat Ruiz or twice with I think Alexander Usyk, he acts like as if he is the one that got in the fucking ring and beat him. The way he's talking. And bro, did you just forget you got fucked up twice by I think Tyson Fury? Where you coming from, bro? I was literally, I said in the last live as well, I was waiting for Wilder to come back. I wanted to see something different, like a different attitude. I thought that beating probably would have fixed him. But like you say, a dog's tail and Deontay Wilder, they would never be straight.
Hang on, Fight Doctor, you said that's because Povetkin popped dirty, but Povetkin won the lawsuit. Wilder lost. Lawsuit.
The fact of the matter too, Wilder was on a plane back to America before the WBC even cancelled the fight. He was gone.
You know why? Guess why? He was. This is the reason why.
He was so mad after. He's a runner. He's a track star. What's going on? Why are you running in a box ring? Do you know how to box?
Nice.
He's a runner. He's a track star. That's why. He's a runner. He's a track star. That's why. And he's always been a runner and he's always been a track star. He's a failed basketball player, for one. I would say near enough. You could say he's a failed fighter, but he's found success within his failure because, I mean, he's rich off being one of the worst boxers, heavyweights in heavyweight history. And that's not even a lie, that's a fact. But we're going to head over to Malachi's. Let's have a look.
Let's go. I can't wait for this.
Yeah, just before you pull up, Chann, I just wanted you guys to imagine something. I'm gonna say Deontay Wilder's name, yeah? Do you guys imagine slick movements and nice jabs and I think powerful hand, you know what I mean, dancing around the ring, pure I think boxer? No, you just look at him like a clown get beaten around the ring for up to 7 or 8, 9 rounds, and then afterwards him landing just one when his opponent is tired.
I know, so we know it. I know it, you know it. I don't know if over there knows it. Like the Wild Debts don't know it.
They know it. They know it. They just don't feel it. You know when you know the truth.
Yeah.
You know when you know the truth that bro, your boy is fucked up. But they just don't want it. It's like they have some sort of attachment to him.
These lot don't handle the truth, you know.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers?
I think I'm entitled.
You want answers?
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth.
They can't handle it. They deflect your questions. When you ask them a question, they deflect. They can't answer the questions, and that's just how they are.
Lastly, Ray, Wilder coming back, our American heavyweight coming back on the 15th. Is it hard to come back from a KO loss and still be
No,
yourself?
what is hard to come back is you gotta learn how to fucking box before you come back.
Thank you, Ray.
Thank you, Ray. You just stand around. I love it.
He just walked him out. I was dying.
Can I describe how this Hellenius Wilder fight's gonna go?
Let me just get to
Good.
let's just do Malachi's first, and then we'll go on to that. I promise afterwards, because I want to make sure.
I want to see Coach.
Doesn't go into a 20-hour show, because you know this show could be a marathon show because there's so much to desecrate the lad on. To be fair, I could do a marathon, but who's got time for that? But I could do. So we're gonna shouts out to New Media Today USA boxing coach Malachi Williams in the building with this one, boy. Him did mash up the place with this one, with that there one there. Yeah, this is where I have to come up with my patois. Yeah, shouts out to Malachi in the building, mi hermano. Yes, boy.
Speaking patois, I hear you.
Yes, you have to come out with it when it's the passion, the ones. Because Malachi duppied this, right? He duppied. So I'm going to be on mute so you don't hear echo, all right? So let's just have a watch and see bits and pieces and we'll chop it up, okay? Okay.
Is when you have a team that keeps you away.
Chann, press play.
It's paused.
Can you guys hear it when I was playing it though?
Oh, we did. We could.
Yeah, we can hear it.
Did.
We can hear it, yeah.
For a second, I did, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's not playing, man.
Maybe she got to put it back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, just give it a minute. She's working out the technical difficulties, as it's called here in the UK.
It's really hot up there.
Yeah, it's all right. The weather is getting a little bit cooler now, so it's about 18 degrees at the moment.
Sorry, I had a little technical there. Yeah, it's cool now. We're only in like the low 70s. Very low
nice.
70s. Yeah, super cool. Okay. Okay, I'm reloaded. Let go.
Still not playing, my darling. The power of Wilder and Wildettes is holding the video back.
Yep.
Al Heyman is trying his best, boy. He goes, nah, man. Nah, man. You can't let, yeah, you can't let Coach Malachi out here desecrate that again. Nah, man.
Damn,
wrong
they
with it?
caged the brother.
Something wrong?
We need to check up on Coach Malachi. Please contact him if he's okay. Tell him to blink twice. Tell him to blink twice, bro. You need help? Yeah, man. Yeah. You know, AJ, I just really want Deontay Wilder.
Top guys in your
There you go.
division, that's a protected fighter. When you intentionally take the easy route,
But this bum is taking the easy matches. Fight another bum.
and you say that, hey, I don't need to fight this top guy, or I don't need to fight that top guy because everybody knows I will already beat him. So we looked at Anthony Joshua. So let's assume Anthony Joshua fought. He ain't fight nobody. Shout out to Al Money. Hey, okay. We're dropping that $2. Bam, super chat on your boy.
Hey, Leroy.
Super chat received.
Playtime's over, boy. Let's assume that, right? Let's assume that. But let's go here. When Anthony Joshua fought, hold on. No, I'm sorry about that. Al Money, salute to you, fam. Hold on, bro. Forgot to hit
down from the bar. There's a platform stage. People pimping, sharp as razor blades.
When Anthony Joshua fought, let's continue. When he fought Dominique Brazil, when he fought Charles Martin, if I'm not mistaken, this was his 15th or 16th professional fight. Let's go here. Anthony Joshua fought Emmanuel Leo, first fight. He fought a guy by the name of Paul Butlin, second fight. He fought, I can't even pronounce this guy's name, Hervio, third fight. Fought a guy by the name of Dorian Darch, his fourth fight. These were 6-round fights at the time, guys. So, when you first start out, nobody's really fighting anybody when you first start out, right? Hector Alfredo, his sixth fight. Matt Leg, seventh fight. All of these were 6-rounders. He had his first 10-round fight. He fought a guy by the name of Dennis Bakhtov. That was his first.
Let me also please pay attention at the level of journeyman that Anthony Joshua has also boxed, okay? Just to keep that in perspective. You can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okie dokes. Yeah, okay.
First 10th-round fight, right? And let's see where we at. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. He fought Kevin Johnson, his 13th professional fight. This was a 10-rounder. His 14th professional fight, he fought a guy in his first 12-round fight by the name of Gary Cornish. Deontay Wilder said that Anthony Joshua's fought easy fights. He ducks tough competition. That's the theme of today. Let's see if he's right. His 14th professional fight, he fought Dillian White. His 15th professional fight, he fights Charles Martin. This is his first major title defense. Al Heyman allowed Charles Martin to cross the street and go fight Anthony Joshua. His 15th professional fight, he fought a guy that my main man there, my name, I forget my name's name. Deontay Wilder fought this guy. On his 15th professional fight, he fought another PBC fighter by the name of Dominique Brazil. He knocked him out in the 7th round. That was 2016. His 17th professional fight, let's see, his 17th professional fight, Anthony Joshua fought Eric Molina, 12-rounder, knocked him out in 3. I think Eric Molina is a PBC fighter as well, right now to this day, if I'm not mistaken. In his 18th professional fight, Anthony Joshua fought Hall of Famer Vladimir Klitschko 17 months after Tyson Fury fought him. I don't think Vladimir Klitschko is easy. I don't think any of these other guys here, but I'm just throwing that out there. His 18th professional fight, he fights a guy that's a Hall of Famer and that dominated the heavyweight division for 10 years on his 18th professional fight. Vladimir Klitschko was 64-3. He had 64 wins and 3 losses at the time. No, 4 losses at the time. 4 losses at the time. He had 3 before he fought Tyson Fury. Anthony Joshua knocked out Vladimir Klitschko in the 11th round. After that, he fought a guy by the name of Carlos Takam. He stopped him in the 10th round. And at the time, he was the IBF, IBO, and WBA Unified World Champion. Then he fought Joseph Parker. 18th fight, 19th fight. His 20th professional fight, he fought Joseph Parker. He picked up the WBO belt. He had 3 belts. 20th professional fight. His 21st professional fight, he fought Alexander Povetkin. Gold medalist, Alexander Povetkin. Bad boy. His 22nd professional fight, he suffered an upset loss by PBC's very own Andy Ruiz. He got stopped in the 7th round. Right here in Madison Square Garden. Welcome to the fight game, partner. In his 23rd professional fight, he rematches Andy Ruiz in Saudi Arabia, and he beats him in the 12-round decision. His 24th professional fight, 24th or 5th, somewhere up in there. No, his 23rd professional fight. Yeah, I think it's 24th professional fight. He fought Kubrat Pulev. Kubrat Pulev is a top 10 guy. Andy Ruiz, I think he's a top 15 heavyweight at the time. Alexander Povetkin is a top 10 heavyweight at the time. Joseph Parker was a top 10 heavyweight at the time. Carlos Takam, I don't know exactly what he was ranked at the time, guys. And Vladimir Klitschko, his 18th professional fight, this guy was the creme de la creme at the time when Joshua fought him. Oh, he was old. Okay, well, he fought Tyson Fury 17 months later, before that. Now they say he was old. Okay, that's fine. I get it. Eric Molina, I don't know exactly where he was at in the rankings, but he was one of these top guys at the time. Dominique Brazil was 17-0. I don't remember exactly where Dominique Brazil was at in the rankings, guys. I'm not going to lie. And I do know that Charles Martin was the champion when Anthony Joshua fought. Right after that, Anthony Joshua fought Alexander Usyk, a fight that everybody said he should not fight. He should have dropped the WBO belt. Alexander Usyk is the unified heavyweight champion right now. He's pound for pound one of the best fighters in the world. This is facts. No matter what anyone says, he is. And then on his 27th professional fight, he fought Alexander Usyk. Again, and he lost.
In just a few minutes, I'm going to show you how to pick up 3,145 Spanish words.
Okay, well, I'm just pausing so you guys can we can just digest what we've just watched there, just for that bit. So that is what Anthony Joshua's resume is at the moment. At the moment, as you can see, his level of journeyman, where were a lot of the journeymen that he fought didn't have upside down records. 24 and 12, 4 and 2, 40 and 22, 12 and 8. So really, even and these were journeymen. And the definition of a journeyman in boxing is usually guys that have more losses than wins. So fighters can, practice and hone their craft on them and beat them up and try out techniques, etc., etc., etc. And so that is what we were seeing with Anthony Joshua. Let me just, before we keep it moving, I just want to have a look at the chat. Shouts out to Hap, Our Money. We can see definitely people that are here to just come to chat shit, that are, you got the crusty ass niggers that, and I don't really like to use the N word, but you've got some crusty ass niggers that are in the chat that haven't got anything better to do but set for, be a crusty ass nigger. So shouts out to you crusty ass niggers.
And lastly, Ray, Wilder coming back, our American heavyweight coming back on the 15th. Is it hard to come back from a KO loss and still be
No, what
yourself?
is hard to come back is you gotta learn how to fucking box before you come back.
Thank you, Ray.
I can't believe how he just grabs his wife and just turns like, I've got no more to say to you, Zytel. This is what we're doing. We've gone. Okay, just to let you know that when Anthony Joshua fought Dominic Brazil, he was number 13 in the IBF because Mao wasn't sure what rank he was in the ranking. So he was IBF ranked number 13. So put that in perspective. So we gonna keep it moving. You guys, do you want to say anything about what you've just saw while I just kind of queue up and boo up?
Nope, I have no disagreements.
Yeah.
There was a few of those fighters there that Deontay Wilder could have fought before Anthony Joshua. He could have fought Klitschko. He didn't want it. He could have fought Charles Martin, but PBC didn't want to pay $5 million, so they let that belt go over to Anthony Joshua. He could have fought Joseph Parker, but he offered him $750,000 for a unification. Who's going to take that? There's so many opportunities that slipped through his fingers. He shot himself in the foot, man.
Yeah, you're correct. And also keep it in mind that Deontay Wilder turned pro in 2008-9 and Anthony Joshua 2013. So that was 5 years. He was 5 years ahead of Anthony Joshua.
Took him 7 years. Took him 7 years to become a champ. Joshua did it in 3.
Took him 7 years to be a champion. Shouts out to my guy, Deontay Wilder. Not my guy, Deontay Wilder. The guy who we go against, and we bang on Deontay Wilder. It's my guy, Sporting Icons. Sporting Icons in the building. What up, Sporting? Yeah, I gotta do this show, Sporting. When you've had enough. When you've had enough, and you have to put these people that can't handle the truth into perspective, and they're not going to like the facts because we only deal with facts, stats, and data. So yeah, this is where we're at. So as you can see on Anthony Joshua's 16th fight, his 16th pro fight, straight away he fights Charles Martin, obliterates Charles Martin in 1 or 2 rounds, and from then on, continues his run. Protected fighters do not fight a Vladimir Klitschko in their I think I want to say like 19th or 20th.
19th. It was 19th.
Yeah, protected fighters don't do that. But like as we can see, Anthony Joshua's either taken their O's, and these are champions. Wherever you put them, they're all ranked. They're all ranked. Once we got to his, I want to say his 14th, 15th fight, they were all ranked in the top 15 and then top 10. Anthony Joshua is the only current heavyweight at this moment in time that has faced 8 out of 10 Ring Magazine rated heavyweights, top 10 heavyweights. He's beat 7 out of the 8 Ring Magazine heavyweights. So, Kenny, I just wanted to see what your opinion was at before we carry on moving, because these aren't fighters that are pork pies and pork chops that Anthony Joshua has fought, to be honest.
Because I was just getting a drink, but
yes,
if you look, I think when you look at Anthony Joshua and Deontay Wilder, I think 5 years ago the blue ribbon fight was those two, and I think they may be dissimilar in terms of boxing ability, but in terms of like, you know, who they are fighters. The fact is that they both lost to generational fighters, in my opinion. But in terms of Anthony Joshua, I'm a fan of Anthony Joshua, a fan of Dillian White, a fan of Tyson Fury. AJ, for me, is one of the best things that's ever happened to British boxing. He's brought in a lot of money to like I said, to the boxing. He's put more money in the total for boxers. And
I would say to heavyweight boxing, full stop, globally.
Yeah. Oh no, just boxing in general.
Yeah,
in England, boxing.
No, I would say boxing in England, but boxing in general.
Definitely. I only know the UK market, so that's why I'm always a massive fan, because he's put the great into boxing. In terms of his record, there's no doubt about it, man. I always have respect for him. If you started fighting at 18 and you've gone to do what you do and you still got biggie fights in you, good luck to him. But in terms of the fighters he fought, Joseph Parker, big fan of his before he fought AJ, good fighter, very good fighter. Povetkin, massive fan. Klitschko, I'm a massive fan of him. Good, really, really good fighter. Pulev is a fighter I respect. I ain't gonna lie, Charles Martin was a massive, massive disappointment. When he, even before he fought AJ, and Molina, there's no way I'm going to respect him. He's a thief, as far as I said. He's the biggest thief in boxing. So
Charles Martin, whether you respect him or not, he was a champion, and he was undefeated. So we're not going to do whether or not, because I can go through every champion's resume, and I can go through undisputed champs' resumes.
I'm talking about quality.
I can pick out the champions that they fought that haven't been high quality, but to be honest, they're still champions. Yeah, hang on. Sporting icons come in the building. So we're not going to talk about who's a weak champ. We're going to just talk about the resume, because if I have to go in Tyson Fury's resume and desecrate that, which I've done time after time, I will make time to do that today, and I'll make time and do that today. And I'll have to just let everybody know, like, we're going to keep it a buck. You can't criticize Anthony Joshua's resume.
No, it's not criticism.
Tyson Fury is the best thing since sliced bread.
He's not criticism, right? It's just that he's had some very, very good names, but there's other names that's not great. There's no way you can call Molina or Brazil good fighter. Brazil was an ex-American Super Bowl
Dominic
player.
Dominic Brazil was rated number 13 in IBF, and he was undefeated. And this was Anthony Joshua. Yes, but Kenny, this was Anthony Joshua's like 17th fight. What was Tyson? Who was Tyson Fury fighting on his 17th fight? He was still back with Steve McDermott, who gave him a fucking run for his money and beat him and got robbed. So can we keep things into perspective? This is what we're trying to do. This is the perspective show. So whether or not we're comparing that who's really a protected fighter. All fighters have a padded resume for like the first 10, 12 fights. We seem to unpad our fighters quite quick. As we've seen, Joe Joyce, by the time he was 12-0, 13-0, he was already fighting Carlos Takams, and he was already in title contention. He's only 15-0 now. So Deontay Wilder didn't get to title contention until 7 years after being a pro on his 33rd fight, fighting a Bermane Stiverne, may I add, who was his only, I think at that time, top 10 ranked opponent. And then by the time he did the rematch with Bermane Stiverne was totally unranked. We will get there. Let me just put sporting icons in the build in, because he just has to say this and shoot off. Sporting icons in the build in. What up, though, Sporting? My UK brother. You know, I have to be.
That's one hell of an intro there.
It's well deserved, because you've been going in and and giving the facts and what I'm trying to do, and it's just like falling on deaf ears. Sporting, it's ridiculous, but hey.
Of course it is. Firstly, big up to the panel. Jono, good to see you again, my man.
Hey, how you doing, Sporting Icons?
What's up, bro?
Hey, how's everyone doing? So I was just reading an article earlier on today that the WBC have ordered that Wilder versus Helenius is a eliminator, Ruiz versus Ortiz is an eliminator, and the winners will fight each other. If you look at the top 10 ranked in the WBC, 4 PBC fighters, all 4 of them are now in the elimination. So that means that they've totally bypassed number 2, Joe Joyce, number 3, Joseph Parker, number 4, Frank Sanchez, number 6, Arsenbek Makhmudov, number 7, Dillian White, and number 9, Otto Wallin, to allow Robert Helenius in there. And we all know.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is Helenius even ranked?
Yeah, number 10.
Okay, got it.
But we all know that the winner of Usyk and Fury, should the fight happen, hopefully, whether they have a rematch clause, which you imagine that they probably will, they're going to retire. They're not going to be defending against the mandatories. Of course they're not. So therefore, once the Fury Usyk fights are out of the way, the PBC are getting that belt straight back.
Yep.
So basically, that's the whole point why they're doing this. Corruption to the highest fucking degree. So basically, they really want that belt back with Deontay Wilder.
Or Ruiz, he's Mexican.
Or Andy Ruiz. Sporting. You couldn't write this in a book.
No.
I can't believe that. Has that just come out? Because I wasn't even aware. I haven't even been aware of nothing.
Yeah. It was released by Suleiman today.
So this is a title. Go ahead.
The worst thing about those eliminators is, according to every sanctioning body's rules, eliminators are between the highest ranked available boxers. Now we know Joyce and Parker are fighting, but the number 4 guy, Frank Sanchez, isn't even involved in either of these eliminators. So what do they have a rule book for?
And why is Joe Joyce not in it as the number 2 and Joseph Parker the number 3 ranked WBC?
They're not available because they're fighting.
Yeah, so they're fighting. So, but there should be still, they should still all be a part of this whole thing. You can't just bypass them.
I think another sanctioning body might be sanctioning their fight, maybe the WBO. Possibly.
Yeah, the WBO is going to be a final eliminator for them too. So they're not
Oh,
available.
so that's what.
But Sanchez should be in one of those eliminators.
That's a baz, as we would say here in the UK. That is a fucking baz. So they're here to screw us over. But it's okay. Let one of them, whoever, let the PBC have their belt on PBC Island, because it just means, you know what it means. What all the PBC fighters do, and when it comes to trying to fight anybody that
He's so mad after. He's a runner. He's a track star. What's going on? Why are you running in a box ring? Do you know how to box?
No, doesn't know how to box.
And lastly, Ray, Wilder coming back, our American heavyweight coming back on the 15th. Is it Is it hard to come back from a KO loss and still be
No,
yourself?
what is hard to come back is you gotta learn how to fucking box before you come back.
Thank you, Ray.
Fuck's sake. So, we be crooking, we be corruption, we be cunts, we be, we be
We
all
blow
of-
Canelo.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Sporting, thanks for this news because I wasn't even aware of it, and now I'll do a report after you lot have all done them, and I'll put my 2 pence piece in it. But can you just give us your opinion? Also, not even like you said, it's not my opinion, it's facts. Just a rundown of Deontay Wilder stating that that Anthony Joshua is the most protected fighter. Going.
Well, I mean, look at Wilder's resume. He's got Don Brazil, who AJ knocked out when he's undefeated years before. He's got Eric Molina. He's got Bermane Stiverne in a rematch. 2 fights with Luis Ortiz, Chris Arreola, after Spilka, Johan Duapa, and even tried to fight Andre Wojcik, which, of course, Jono from Big Boys, he'll know all about him.
Yeah,
These
he got
people
Pop
didn't
Dirty, didn't he?
deserve it.
Pop Dirty.
Yeah.
Who was the guy that dropped Deontay Wilder the first? Who?
Harold
Harold
Conier's journeyman. Yeah.
Yeah. And there was another. It was that. Yeah. There was another geezer as well. Was there? Or was it? Was that
Nichols?
Dustin
Yeah.
Nichols.
It wasn't
Yeah.
official, though.
You
wasn't
kind of
official
say
knockdown.
he slipped, but yeah,
It was split. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
But
yeah, go ahead.
But of
Sorry,
course,
go
when you
ahead.
look at Wilder's resume, this is Wilder 33 fights onwards. And they are garbage. Ortiz, okay, cool. We can give him a pass for Ortiz. We can. Could we give him a pass for the Fury first fight? No. Of course not. But when you look at Anthony Joshua, he's tried to fight Fury. He tried to fight Wilder. He's been in there with the undefeated Joseph Parker, undefeated Dillian White. You can even go back to Gary Cornish if you really wanted to, but hey, listen, Gary Cornish is no worse, no better than a Bermane Stiverne.
Yeah. And this is what I want people to know, Sporting, about even the quality of Anthony Joshua's journeymen are a different level to Deontay Wilder's and most journeymen. Most of his journeymen didn't even absolutely have upside down records. Did you know that? They had losing records, but not they didn't have more losses than wins on most of them, which is unheard of. Usually, they have to have the journeyman to fight and get their shots off and learn their style and practice what they've practiced in training and drill camp, etc., etc. And stating that, also that Deontay Wilder has been a pro like 5 years longer than Anthony Joshua. So then what did his management, Shelley Finkel, come out saying about...
He's a baby.
He's a baby. So
Right. Still a prospect.
He's still a prospect, even though he was managing Vladimir Klitschko. At the time, he could have fought Vitaly. He could have fought Vladimir. Oh, he's got good management. Could you imagine Deontay Wilder facing any of those two? We would have never saw him again. We would have never seen him again.
We would never have seen Wilder again had he fought Povetkin.
Any of those contenders, even Pulev at the time of when Pulev in his heyday. I mean, Pulev only had one defeat by the time that Anthony Joshua faced him, and that was due to by Vladimir Klitschko, who Anthony Joshua had already beaten.
Yeah. I mean, Chann, you heard about the sparring stories, right? How Vladimir whooped Deontay Wilder and knocked him out in sparring?
Vaguely. But you know what? See, with the sparring stuff, I don't sometimes, because sometimes I've heard things and then you don't know if they're true or not with the sparring. So I never tried to sometimes hold too much merit with the sparring unless I've got footage, which I've seen footage with Ergovic and Deontay Wilder, and Ergovic knocking the 9 bells out of Deontay Wilder. And Ergovic was 19 in the building.
Yep. I mean, like, a couple people corroborated it. Dylan White said it was true, and James Allen Bashir confirmed that happened as well. But
we heard that Dillian White had dropped Tyson Fury
in sparring,
in sparring, and it came out that it wasn't true.
Yeah.
So, and do you know what I mean? So, I'm still, until I kind of see things with my own eyes with the sparring thing,
kind of skeptical.
I try not to hold too much merit on that too much, but it wouldn't surprise me. I don't think it's a far field, that it's that far fetched. Let me get this super chat. Shouts out to Modern King Boxing in the building. King Ronda Don, thank you for that $2 dropping that on your girl. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My biggest thing,
go ahead,
LadyChann, is that I'm seeing how people saying how Anthony Joshua is exposed. He should retire because he lost to this middleweight/cruiserweight. But yeah, can you honestly see Wilder ever accepting a fight with Alexander Usyk? We know what the result will be. Could you see him doing that?
No, I can't even believe he's got the gall, the audacity to even say that he wants to fight the dude. Like, come on, you're just doing these call outs for the sake of calling out. You're the original clout chaser. You've always been a clout chaser. You've always attached your name to Anthony Joshua to elevate your profile. We've seen quite right through it. And then you've ducked again. You had Shelley Finkel talking like, oh, we wouldn't mind, thinking of an Anthony Joshua fight or, for Wilder and his comeback and stuff. Eddie Hearn reaches out and then you know what happened. They go radio silent.
Hey, Jono.
Yo.
Do you remember what the offer was from Wilder to Parker when Parker was champion? Wasn't it something like 2 million or something? It was something small, wasn't it?
No, it was 750,000 US or 1 million New Zealand.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, for a unification fight.
And apparently Josie Parker was ducking Wilder to go make however, was it 5 million against Joshua?
I don't know, 8 million pounds. Well, no, it was 13 million New Zealand.
There you go.
Do you see? This is what I'm saying. He's a runner. He's a track star. He's never wanted the tough fights. Do you know what? I would have left Sporting. I would have left him, guys. I would have left him alone. If he didn't come out with this outlandish statement, the gall, the audacity, like you must be talking. Why can't Deontay Wilder just be quiet and just get along with what he's supposed to be doing? Why is he so complicitly obsessed by Anthony Joshua?
Because he's got a fan base who will believe any old shit that he says.
I know.
That's the unfortunate truth of it.
Yeah, I agree, because I feel like it was like projecting yourself onto someone else. Like,
that's exactly what it was.
Yes, Joshua didn't fight him or Fury, but it wasn't like he didn't attempt. So several attempts. So it's just I'm just looking at it, from, and you wouldn't have had this video. These are things that Wilder is saying. It's not like you're coming, you know what I mean? This is a response to the things that he says, which is outlandish.
Yeah, it's not.
I'm just calling it for what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not. It's fan base that just saying all this shit. It's also Deontay Wilder saying all of this shit. That's where it's coming from as well. If it was solely the fan base, I could be like, all right, I get it. But no, it's Deontay Wilder. And all of a sudden they've got this fake memory where, fake loss of memory where they can't remember all of the excuses, the 50 million excuses that, his water was spiked, his suit was too heavy, the Varda State Commission was in cahoots, Kenny Bayless is a crab in the barrel referee. He was just basically a load of trash. He was drunk. He was high. Tyson Fury had egg weights in his gloves. Also Kenny his trainer at the time, his name's Mark Breland, had also poisoned his water and was jealous of him, even though Mark Breland is, I think, number 1 or number 2 all-time amateur decorated fighter in the world. Okay, so he's jealous of that lack of fundamental geezer. We saw every type of excuse, and all of a sudden, remember we was waiting that we was going to get it presented to us because all he wanted was the third fight, and then he was going to present that to us. To this day, we haven't had no proof. To this day, he still can't.
But Chann, remember the best part when he went to the press conference for the third fight, the headphones?
Yeah, Anthony Joshua's mentally weak, but Deontay Wilder turns up with headphones, and he couldn't face the music. He was listening to the music, but he couldn't face it.
Wilder, I think, is angry at himself for choosing Fury rather than taking that 100 million with Joshua. He's mad at himself.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I know.
I would be too.
Me too.
I'm mad at him.
He's even come out again and just admitted. The thing is about Wilder and his certain of his fanboy base, not all of them, because I know some really good Wilder supporters and they're not fanboys. But unfortunately, the majority that are fanboys, they don't seem to have passed like a second grade education. For us sporting, that's probably like year 5. So they've got an IQ that's just super duper low, and they just believe everything that their king has told them. So
they're on the same kind of level. Again, it's a minority of them. The Wildettes and the Tysonettes, they're on the same kind of level of foreskin swingers. That they are probably, listen, they've got to be worse than the Floyd Mayweather Manny Pacquiao fans. I'm sure they must have been. When people say to me that the Pacquiao fans were worse, they can't have been. Surely not. I mean, I kind of missed all that era on YouTube. I wasn't watching the shit.
No, they were. It was worse.
Really?
Yeah, the Pacquiaos are ruthless.
Yeah, it was bad. Floyd and Pacquiao fans was bad.
I'm so glad I wasn't there on YouTube at that time.
Me too.
Damn. Yeah, but we're here now and having to deal with this. It's almost like Groundhog Day. You know, they're coming back from under the woodworks, or they're coming back. Like when fish die and they just float up to the top. That's what they're coming up. They're coming up to the surface. It's just annoying to see them back in their state of delusion again. But I just wanted to see some bits of Malachi's. So he then runs down Deontay Wilder's. Shouts out to Mal. He was just in the chat. Deontay Wilder's resume. We can have a quick look because Mal totally bodies this show. Body bags and toe tagged. And when people, he did a poll like who's got the better resume. Everybody was like 85% had to say Deontay. Anthony Joshua. And these were people that were Deontay Wilder. Like the truth was such in their face, and some of them on the second vote chose not to even bother partake because the numbers were down. But that's how.
It's not just Joshua who has a better resume. You could, look at people like Joseph Parker has a better resume than Wilder.
Yeah.
Dylan White has a better resume than Wilder.
Dylan White, and so is Derek Chisora.
Yeah.
So
well, at least Chisora tried.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the quality of opposition that he's fought is better. Is better than who Deontay Wilder's faced.
It is.
Yeah, and this is what people are. Derek Chisora. People that have to understand what a resume means. Resume doesn't mean the people you've beat. It's the level of opposition that you faced. And if you keep facing bloody chicken McNuggets, right, all through your career, right, you're going to be one yourself. You're going to be one yourself. Because where I come from, we say iron sharpens iron. I don't know about anybody else. Like, I would never want to be the most intelligent person in the room. Like, I'd like to be. Usually I am. But, but you'd like to be the least so that you can aspire and grow to be a level up instead of dumbing down, which I find that I have to do when I'm on YouTube quite a lot, unfortunately. Instead of dumbing down, we want to level up. But anyway, shouts out to, can you guys see this? Shouts out to Malachi.
Let's see where it's at. Oh, there we go. 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 Let's go a step further. Let's go a step further. Let's go a step further, guys. We're gonna look at. We just looked at Anthony Joshua's cherry pick, tough competition resume, right?
What?
You had your echo going.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing we going with. We just saw that, right? So let's look at. Surely Deontay Wilder got a resume full of killers, right? Surely he does. And surely these guys was ranked really high when he fought, right? Let's pull it up and see. Shout out to Mr. Calderon. Dropping that quarter of a bam dub on your boy.
Hey, Leroy.
Super chat received.
Playtime's over, boy.
Oh, this is a good one. I can promise you this is a good one. Mr. Calderon, what'd you say? You say AJ, quality over quantity.
Down from the bar, there's a platform stage. People pimping, sharp as razor blades.
Let's go to box rec. 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 Here we go. Let's do this. Now, Deontay Wilder has had what? How many fights he's had, guys? 40. He's had 45 fights. He's 45-2. And he has a 91% knockout ratio. He's 36 years old. Deontay Wilder surely has to have a better resume than Anthony Joshua, since Anthony Joshua has fought nobody, and he fights. He's a protected fighter, and he fights, takes on all the easy matches.
But this ball been taking the easy matches. Fight another ball.
So I'm going to take Deontay Wilder's word for it.
Trying to learn Spanish? Fact. You're going to forget what you've learned unless you have a resource that lets you practice what you've learned.
I'm going to take his word for it. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to look at his resume. And let's see what his resume says. Deontay Wilder started boxing in 2008. Anthony Joshua started boxing as a pro in 2013. Deontay Wilder started boxing 5 years before Anthony Joshua started boxing as a pro. Everybody follow me so far. Deontay Wilder, his first few fights, he didn't really fight too many people. A lot of people don't in the beginning, just to be honest. He fought Ethan Cox. He fought Shannon Gray. He fought Richard Green. His fourth fight, Jason Robote. His fifth fight, Charles Brown. His and as a matter of fact, let's do this. Let's look at the fighters' records. Let's look at the fighters. Both Deontay Wilder fought and Anthony Joshua's fought. Let's look at their records, what they were at the time when they fought. I think that should only be fair, right? That should only be fair. So we know that. Let's see. That should only be fair. Let's go here. Let's see. 28-1, 29-9. Okay, let's go here. When Anthony Joshua had his first fight, he fought a guy that was 8-0. Then he fought another guy that was 14-19, losing record. Then he fought a guy that was 5-6. Then he fought a guy that was 7-2. Then he fought a guy that was 22-15. Then he fought a guy that was 7-2. Then he fought a guy that was 28-8. Then he fought a guy that was 21-9. Then he fought a guy that was 38-9. Then he fought a guy that was 42-22, 22 losses. Then Anthony Joshua fought a guy that was 26-19. Then Anthony Joshua fought a guy that was 36-10. Then he fought a guy that was 29-6 by the name of Kevin Johnson. Then he fought a guy named Gary Cornish that was 21-0. Then he fought a guy, and I think in his 14th professional fight, that was 16-0 by the name of Dillian White. Competition started picking up. Then he fought a guy in the 17th professional fight, or 16th professional fight, by the name of Charles Martin. He was 23-0. Then he fought a guy, I think this is his 15th fight. I think this is his 16th fight right here. So his 15th fight, he fought for a title. He fought Charles Martin. He was 23-0. His 16th professional fight, he fought another undefeated fighter by the name of Dominique Brazil. Defended his title. His 17th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Eric Molina. He was 25-3. 25-3, 17-0, 23-0. 15th professional fight, 16th professional fight, 17th professional fight. His 18th professional fight, 18 fights in, he fought a guy that was 64-4 by the name of Vladimir Klitschko. 64-4. After that, he fought a guy by the name of Carlos Takam. He was 35-3-1 on his 19th professional fight. On his 20th professional fight, he fought an undefeated champion by the name of Joseph Parker. He was 24-0. He was 24-0. And I think the Vladimir Klitschko fight, I think he picked up some belts. On his 18th, 19th, 20th professional fight, he fought a unified match with Joseph Parker, and he was 24-0. On his 21st professional fight, he fought a guy that was 34-1 by the name of Alexander Povetkin, gold medalist, right? And his 22nd professional fight, he fought a guy that was 32-1. On his 33rd professional fight, he fought that said guy again, and he beat him. On his 34th professional fight, his 24th professional fight, sorry about that, he fought a guy that was 28-1 by the name of Kubrat Pulev. On his 22nd professional fight, something of that sort, 26, his 26th professional fight, he fought a guy that was 18-0 named Alexander Usyk. And then he lost to him again on his 27th professional fight. Now, it's 27 fights deep. He's fought undefeated fighter twice, fighter with one loss there, a fighter with one loss there, a fighter with one loss there, another fighter, of undefeated fighter there, a fighter with 3 losses there, 35 wins. He fought another fighter that was 64-4 there on his 18th professional fight. His 17th professional fight, he fights a guy that's 25-3. His 16th professional fight, he fight a guy that's 17-0. His 23rd professional fight, his 15th professional fight, he fight a guy that's 23-0. And then his 14th professional fight, he fight a guy that's 16-0, undefeated, Dillian White. And all of these are top 15 guys. And then in his 13th professional fight, he fight a guy that's 21-0 and Gary Cornish. Let's move on. Now let's see what Deontay Wilder's resume is. Surely Deontay Wilder's resume is 10 times better or better than Anthony Joshua. Surely it is. He fought a guy that was 2-2 his first fight. He fought Shannon Gray. He was 1-0. That guy had a winning record. He fought another guy that was 1-1, Richard Green. That guy was 500. He fought another guy that was 3-5. He had a losing record. He fought another guy that was 6-15 by the name of Charles Brown. He fought another guy. As a matter of fact, we got to keep track of when he fought him too. He fought another guy that was 1-2. Right? Let's keep track. Let's keep track of, who he fought, when he fought him, how deep it was when he fought him. So he fought another guy that was 2-0. It's pretty good. Fought another guy named Ty Cobb that was 7-1. That's pretty good. He fought another guy named Alvaro Morales that was 4-7. Let's stop right there because I want to get these numbers down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 fights in, he fights a guy that's 4-7. Okay. Ten fights in. All right. His 11th fight, he fight Dustin Nichols, 4-2. Pretty good. He fight on his 12th fight, he fights another guy by the name of Shannon Cotto, right? His 12th fight, 9-0. On his 13th fight, he fights a guy by the name of Harold Schreuner. He was 17-20. He had a losing record his 13th fight. 14 fights deep, he fights another guy by the name of Dan Sheehan. He was 11-38. 11-38. That was his 19th professional fight. Let's make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14. His 14th professional fight, he fights a guy that's 11-38. His 15th professional fight, scratch that out, he fights a guy that's 15-6. His 16th professional fight, he fights a guy that's 6-6 by the name of Reggie Pena. His 17th professional fight, He fights a guy that's 46-15. That's a pretty good record. That's pretty good competition right there. 46-15. That's pretty good. His what I said that was 15, 16. Hold on, guys. Damn, I'm losing my damn track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. His 16th professional fight, he fights a guy that's 6-6. His 17th professional fight, I'm keeping track of it, he fights a guy that's 46-15. Now, this guy got a lot of wins, I'm not going to lie. His 17th professional fight, no, his 18th professional fight, he fights a dude that's 20-11 by the name of Dominique Alexander. That's his 17th, that's his 18th professional fight. So when Joshua had his 18th professional fight, Anthony Joshua fought Vladimir Klitschko. He fought Vladimir Klitschko in his 18th professional fight. Right here. He fought Vladimir Klitschko. In his 17th professional fight, he fought a guy that was 25-3, Eric Molina. So Joshua's 18th professional fight, he fights Hall of Famer Vladimir Klitschko. You follow me so far? Wilder's 18th professional fight, he fights Dominique Alexander. Wilder's 19th professional fight, he fights Daniel Cotto. That's 19. On his 20th professional fight, he fights an 11-1 fighter by the name of David Long. On his 21st professional fight, he fight Marlon Hayes. I vividly remember this fight. This guy was 23-10. 23-10. On his, what I say, that was his 20, let me see, make sure. His 30th, this is his 30th professional fight. Marlon Hayes, his 30th professional fight. His 31st professional fight, he fights a guy that's 10-2 by the name of Jesse Oatman. His 32nd professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Owen Beck. He was 29-10. 32nd professional fight. His 33rd professional fight, he fought a guy that was 23-5. I think he had the same record as Molina. Well, no, Molina was 23-3 or somewhere up in there. He fought Kirsten Manswell. That was his 33rd professional fight. Wilder's 34th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Damian McQuarrie. He was 14-0 at the time. Okay. On his 35th professional fight, he fought Kelvin Price. Kelvin Price was 13-0 at the time. On his 36th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Matthew Greer. He was 15-8. That's his 41st professional fight. On his 42nd professional fight, he fought Audrey Harrison. Audrey Harrison was 31-6. Wilder knocked him out in the first round. On Wilder's that was his 32nd fight. On Wilder's 31st professional fight, he fought an 8-rounder. This fight here was an 8-rounder. I forgot to mention that. 32. On his 33rd professional fight, he fought Sierra Leovich. He was 25-5. That was his 33rd professional fight. Either 33 or 34. Now, I remember this fight right here. On his 34th professional fight, he fought Nicola Furta. I remember Nicola Furta. He was 21-10. I remember him. On his 36th professional fight, Wilder fought, not 36, 1, 10, 5, 10, 50, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 50, 20, 25, 30. Now, I think this is his 30th fight. Yeah, this is his 30th fight. On his 30th fight, he fought Malik Scott. Has to be his 30th fight. After taking his 30th fight, he fought Malik Scott. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Anthony Joshua, at this point, in Anthony Joshua's 27th fight, he fought Vladimir Klitschko, Dominique Brazil, Charles Martin, Eric Molina, Carlos Takam, Joseph Parker, Alexander Povetkin, Andrew Ruiz twice, Kubrat Pulev, And he fought Alexander Usyk twice. 27 fights deep. Let's make sure I got this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Right there. 28, 29, 30. So his 30th fight, he fought Nicola Further. His 31st fight, he fought Malik Scott. Malik Scott was 36-1-1. I saw this fight. This fight is known as the Great Dive. His 32nd professional fight, he fought Jason Gavern. He was 25-16, right? Pretty good record. On his 33rd professional fight, he fought Bermain Stavern. He fought for the title. He fought Bermain Stavern. This is when Wilder beat Bermain Stavern and became the WBC heavyweight champion of the world, right? That's his 33rd professional fight. His 34th professional fight, Wilder fought Eric Molina. On his 35th professional fight, Wilder fought Johan Duhaupas. On his 36th professional fight, he fought Arthur Spilker. Arthur Spilker was 20-1, and Johan Duhaupas was 32-2. That's his 36th fight, right? On his 37th professional fight, he fought Chris Arreola. Now, Chris Arreola was 36-4-1 at the time. 36-4-1 at the time. That's his 32nd professional fight. 37th professional fight. His 38th professional fight, he fights Gerald Washington. Gerald Washington was an undefeated fighter at the time. He was 18-0-1. On his 34th, on his, not 34, 5, 10, 50, 25, 30, 35. On his 39th professional fight, he fought Bermain Stavern. 39th professional fight. On his 40th professional fight, Deontay Wilder fights Luis Ortiz. Luis Ortiz was 28-0. On the PBC said that he was the boogeyman of the division at the time. That's what they say. That's what the PBC said in the Pro PBC channels. They say he was the boogeyman of the division at that time. His 40th professional fight. His 41st professional fight, he fights 27-0 fighter Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury was undefeated at the time. As we know, that fight went to a draw. On his 42nd professional fight, Deontay Wilder knocks out Dominique Brazil. He was 20-1 at the time. On his 43rd professional fight, Deontay Wilder fights Luis Ortiz. He was 31-1. On his 34th professional fight, he rematches. Let me see, 34, 5, 10, 50, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. On his 43rd, sorry about that, guys. On his 43rd professional fight, he fights Tyson Fury again. He got knocked out in the 7th round. In his 44th professional fight, he fights Tyson Fury again. He got knocked out again. And now he's set to fight Robert Helenius. So, if we look at from the point in time when Wilder was 27 fights deep, and you look at when Anthony Joshua was 27 fights deep, who would you guys say had the better resume? "27 fights into their career. Who had the better resume 27 fights into their career?
Shouts out to Sporting Icons. I know he had to leave. He was coming on a brief one. Shouts out to you, Sporting. Thank you for coming through. Woo! And Big Boy's boxing dropped off. Sorry, I couldn't see who was dropping off and who was staying on because I was so engrossed and watching this with you guys. Now, so does that put things into context, Kenny Ken? In the building. And AJ and Lisa. Kenny Ken, that was a great rundown.
Yeah, I'm
Shout
here.
out to Coach Malachi Williams for that rundown. Because that was fucking amazing. Go ahead, Kenny Ken. Levels to this shit.
Look, there's no doubt about it that, you know, Deontay Wilder, you know, he's had to fight a few pumpkins, but
a few,
you know,
all 40 of them were.
Yeah, well, not all of them were pumpkins. A few, 80% of them were pumpkins. 80% of them pumpkins.
After you guys all say this, I'm gonna pull up something else. But I just want your So go on, because everything you said,
of
I can
pumpkins.
counter it.
But I think a lot of I think his comments was more to do with envy, in terms of like the fact that the money that AJ generates, the interest he generates, and the fact that AJ sold out, Madison Square Garden in 2019, something that Deontay Wilder's never been able to do. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember Deontay Wilder selling out an arena and having many pay-per-view fights. And I think his comments is a lot about that. But whether Deontay Wilder's right or not, the fact is that AJ has been excellent boxing. AJ brings in dough, and the fact is that AJ, on his resume, he fights the fights we want to fight. We like seeing AJ in world championship fights. If Deontay Wilder have attained a championship earlier on in his career, I'm sure he will be making just as much dough as AJ. It's one of the things, AJ was a champ, has been in more championship fights. Hence the fact that AJ is going to get that kudos and he's more marketable. Shit happens in boxing. Some fighters are more marketable than others. And I think that's where Deontay Wilder just has to accept it. Accept the situation. He's not the only fighter who feels probably the same way. Tyson Fury's, come out of all sorts of how do I say it, fairy tales and jackanorias about his situation as well. He's said a few things similar, but less subtle than AJ and than Deontay Wilder. That's why I think. But there's no doubt AJ has given the public what they want. We want to see him in big fights, and he is in big fights. He's beaten champions. He wouldn't have been like I said, how do I say it, near undisputed fighter if he didn't fight champions. He beat Joseph Parker. He beat my guy Martin. Obviously, we have different opinion about that, but he wasn't just a WBC champion. He was a WBO, the WBA, and the IBF champion. He beat champions. So, hey, can't take nothing away from AJ's record. Just like I can't take nothing away from Deontay Wilder. I understand his bitterness because we're all competitors, but he's done some good things in boxing. He does the most difficult thing I think in boxing is putting your man down and getting him to stay there. He managed to put Tyson Fury down 4 times. Everyone says that Tyson Fury is the best thing since sliced bread when it comes to boxing. So he's found a weakness in Tyson Fury.
Not everyone says that.
Well, not everyone. You know what's happened is that you speak to boxing.
Power is always subjective to the person. Like at the end of the day, if you knock down 20 primary school kids, Ken, doesn't mean that you're fucking powerful. It just means that they're primary school kids. He's knocked out. Like the level of competition that he's knocked out is subjective to your power is subjective to the level of competition that you've knocked out. So that's where I'm going. That, but I'm going to show you a little bit more as well, just so what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, Ken. Just have a look at this. Have a look. Fight Doctor's more than welcome to come on the panel and say his piece. By the way, you can say whatever he wants to say. The link is in the chat for if you want to come on. All right. So Ken has said that Deontay Wilder has fought maybe only 70 to 80%, maybe 70% pork chops. Okay, so I'm going to beg to differ that. I'm going to just show you what level he's fought. Good old Deontay. Give me a minute. Let me, so I don't.
PBC Central, what you say? You said Ortiz is undisputed with 27 fights in. Who had the better resume? 27 fights in their career. Just asking. Who was fighting for titles 27 fights into their career? Who was fighting for titles and who wasn't fighting for titles? I'm just asking a question. Ronan, what you say? You say one-sided argument. Will, what you say? Will, you say, damn, I didn't realize how many Uber drivers Wilder beat. I'm surprised there's still Uber drivers left. He said, let's be honest. He said, let's be honest. As soon as both guys went against the greats, they both got their ass kicked. Yeah. I want to see if my brother's right.
How can any woman be so successful in her career and so unlucky when it comes to love? When
Deontay Wilder fought, these are all of the ranked opponents when he fought him at the time. When he fought Ethan Cox, I'm not going to count these first 10. I'm not even going to count these first 12 guys. I'm not going to fight these first 12 guys. I shouldn't. But when he fought Ethan Cox, he wasn't ranked. When he fought Sean Gray, he wasn't ranked. His third is 1, 2, 3, 4. His fourth fight, he fought a guy that was ranked 393. I'm not going to count none of those guys because in the beginning, guys, when you first start out and stuff like that, nobody's really fighting anybody. So we're not going to hold that against these fighters. But let's continue. When on Deontay Wilder's 14th professional fight, he fought a guy that wasn't ranked. On his 15th professional fight, he fought DeAndre Arbron. This guy wasn't ranked. On his 16th professional fight, he fought Reggie Pena. This guy wasn't ranked. On his 17th professional fight, he fought a dude by the name of Damon Reed. He was ranked number 304 in the world. On his 18th professional fight, when Anthony Joshua was fighting a Hall of Famer by the name of Vladimir Klitschko, Deontay Wilder fought a guy by the name of Dominique Alexander, who was not ranked. When Joshua I think Joshua's 16th professional fight, he fought for his first world title in Charles Martin. What people feel if the cherry pick or not, whatever. But he got his first world title in his 16th professional fight. Deontay Wilder on his 16th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Reggie Pena that wasn't ranked. On his 19th professional fight, Deontay Wilder fought a guy that was ranked by the name of Daniel Cota. He was ranked 489th in the world. On Deontay Wilder's 20th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of David Long. He was not ranked. On Deontay Wilder's 21st professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Marlon Hayes. Marlon Hayes was ranked 368 in the world. On his 22nd professional fight, he fought a dude by the name of Jesse Oatmans. Jesse Oatmans was ranked 492 in the world. On his 23rd professional fight, Deontay Wilder fought a guy who wasn't ranked by the name of Owen Beck. On his 24th professional fight, Deontay Wilder fought Kurtzon Manswell. And that guy was ranked 310 in the world. On Deontay Wilder's 25th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Damon McQuarrie. He was ranked 357th in the world, 25 fights deep. On his 26th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Kevin Price. Guess what his ranking was? He was not ranked. On Deontay Wilder's 27th professional fight, he fought a guy by the name of Matthew Greer. This guy was ranked 325th in the world. So 27 fights deep, Deontay Wilder fought a guy that was ranked over 325th in the world, an unranked guy. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. How many unranked opponents he fought 27 fights deep? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 27 fights deep. Deontay Wilder fought 17 unranked opponents. Out of those 17, how many fighters he fought that was ranked 300 or above? He fought Joseph 300 or above, ranked 300 or above. Let's look this up. Ranking. 27 fights deep. Deontay Wilder fought a guy that was ranked 393. That's one. A guy that was ranked 399th in the world. That's two. A guy that was ranked 304th in the world, that's 3. A guy that was ranked 489th in the world, that's 4. A guy that was ranked 386th in the world, that's 5. A guy that was ranked 492 in the world, that's 6. A guy that was ranked 310th in the world, that's 7. A guy that was ranked 357th in the world, that's 8. A guy that was ranked 325th in the world, that's 9. Deontay Wilder fought 9 fighters. He fought 9 fighters, 27 fights in, and he fought 18 unranked opponents. Deontay Wilder fought 27 fights in. Deontay Wilder fought 18 unranked opponents, and 9 of them was ranked over 300.
For just $67, you can make as many videos as you want, and you never need to pick up a camera or use.
Who has the better resume?
Shouts out to Mal in the building. What the fuck? Does this answer questions? Does that, has my point been proven, Kenny Ken? Has my point been proven? Deontay Wilder, as you can see, has fought majority of his whole career, even while being a champion, unranked fighters. And fighters that are ranked 3 to 400, and he's only fought 9 ranked fighters. I think only 3 of them being in the top 10, and the rest of those ranked fighters being in the top 100. Talk to me.
Oh, it just, you know, it just stays what I said before. You know, he's not.
No, it doesn't stay what you said before. I've just proven everything that you said before was a fact. You said that Deontay Wilder has fought only 78 to 80%, like cans or people of no note. No, he's fought nearly 95%, 90% unranked fighters. 90% of his fights have been with unranked fighters. Shouts out to Mel in the building.
Yeah.
So shout out to you, like Kenny Ken. I know what you're saying, but I just provided facts. So yeah.
But Deontay was really talking about his envy of AJ, and that, you know.
No, he wasn't. He said that AJ is a protected fighter, and he's avoided all the tough fights. That's what he said. Whether it's to do with envy or not, I've just proven whether it's to do with envy or not. It's quite clear to see that Deontay Wilder hasn't taken the tough fights, and Anthony Joshua has. Anthony Joshua's level of journeyman has been Anthony Joshua, since turning pro, has only fought, out of his 28 fights, I do believe, I'll throw sheets to the wind, maybe 3, but I counted 2 people with a losing record. I'll give it 3 just in case I missed one out of 28 fights. Deontay Wilder, out of 42 fights, has fought 90% of his fights unranked fighters, even whilst being a champion. Shouts out to Coach Malachi again. Fuck's sake, mate. We knew Fight Doctor wouldn't come in. We knew Fight Doctor wouldn't come on the panel. Lisa, AJ, go ahead. Let's have a response to that.
No, I completely agree, 100%. I mean, I got no disagreements. I mean, it's obvious that Wilder is a little, I guess, confused would be the word, if you want to call it that. Because, yeah, man, where did Coach get that? That was spot on. Where do you find that?
It's called research. Just research. Just research it.
That was spot on. That's bad, man. That's pretty bad after 27 fights.
Yeah. I think he fought a lot of well, he did have some cruisers too on his
yeah. And light heavy
TV as well. Yeah.
It's not really, he was weighing in at 200 pounds, 2'9", 212. Box. Shouts out to Ringside Reporter. We know Box Rec does not lie. the internet is forever in the building. Like, I just find that amazing. I knew that he'd fought, a lot of the people that he fought were not even ranked in the top 150, but 100, like 300 and 400, and most of them not even ranked, is a madness.
Like, where were they finding these guys? Just on like just in a parking lot or in a grocery store?
They was handing out flyers. We'll give you $50 if you just come and fight this geezer. Like, we'll get you the day off work. We'll put you in an Uber. And the guy that's driving you there, the Uber driver, he's fighting him as well the next day. So we'll put you up in a hotel. The Uber driver that's picking you up from the grocery store, you and him are both going to fight Deontay Wilder. One's going to fight him on Friday and one's going to fight him on Saturday. You're going to get knocked out because obviously you're a grocery store guy and that one's an Uber driver. That's where they found them. Come on. Pizza Express.
Basically, I just got to say, like, if you after that, if you still
anyone
think that,
can knock out a cab driver. Exactly.
Yeah, I just got to say, like, if you after coaches after being shown that display, if you still think that Wilder has a better resume than Joshua, you're a Wilder lover and a Joshua hater. That's pretty much what you are.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 1 second. Guys, chop it up. Candice in the building. Candice, chop it up. Give me 1 minute.
What's up, Kansas?
Kenny Ken, I know you've got to go. Ken, it's been one where it's hopefully it's been a learning one for you. And that you can see, but I know what you meant. You know that Deontay Wilder, it's been a bit of jealousy. I know where you was coming from that angle, but I hope these facts, stats and data that's been provided allows you to see that the level of competition between the two fellas is totally different. Okay?
They might fight next year, man.
I can't wait.
I think we've got a show to chop up next year. I think there's a show to be chopped up next year. I'm sure because I'm convinced that money talks, and both Wilder will say yes, and so will AJ. Both of them could do a big fight
I don't
again.
know about that. He's already turned down another one, but let's see.
I think he's turned down this.
He's already turned down one again.
Already?
Well, yeah, and he's turned down. Yeah, and he's turned down one with Dillian White, saying that Eddie Hyannis tried to relock him in. Told you, he just doesn't want no parts of it. So more fooling, he said.
Why Eddie Hearn keep reaching out?
Let me just let Kenny Ken go. Thanks a lot.
See you guys soon.
Love you, Ken. See you later. Kenny Ken has left the building. Shouts out. Go ahead, Candice is in the building. Go ahead, Cans.
Yeah.
Hello.
You guys can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. What I'm gonna say about what Wilder said, I'm gonna say this about Wilder. Wilder got some fucking audacity to say that AJ picked the easier fights and shit like that. Cause let me tell you something, you're the same country bumpkin, brain dead redneck asshole that turned down $120 million to fight that dude for undisputed. So, and on top of that, don't you got a child that that's like what? She got like special needs or something like that, right? So you mean to tell me that you turned out $120 million? Because like I said, if by some miracle, by some grace of God, you would have knocked out AJ and become the undisputed champion, you would have got not only $120 million, but not to mention you would have got a whole lot of endorsement deals. Your daughter and your whole family ain't had to worry about shit for the rest of their fucking life. So that's what I call bullshit on Wilder, because as much as I be wanting to give Wilder the benefit of the doubt, but it's like some of the shit he be saying, it be like on some brain dead bullshit. That's what I don't fuck with people like that.
Woo! Damn! Woo! You're right though.
Absolutely.
You're right, Quinn. You're right.
100%.
You're right. Because because the undisputed wasn't made between those two, and now look what happened. Now Fury and Usyk came in. You see what I'm saying? And now it's like it looked like they saying, oh, everything is gonna, it's gonna happen or whatever. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna happen already.
It could have been happened already. Why? Like I said, and I even told some of the Legion. I always call the Wilder fanboys his little fuckboy names, because that's what the fuck they are. They're not but a bunch of fuckboys that live vicariously through him. But like I said, I'll be telling them, you don't know how many fights I be getting into them on Facebook and Twitter and all of them, saying that, oh, Wilder's the best heavyweight. I said, yo, if that motherfucker is as bad as he say he is, why did he just go up against AJ? And another point I'm going to point out, the reason why him and Fury got together, because they know together they can beat AJ when it comes to the pay-per-view and all that other stuff. When those two stupid motherfuckers get together, couldn't even sell the fucking auto garden, and they think they can outsell AJ.
Damn. That's a kill shot. Yeah. Talking about
I mean, it's just sad because AJ tried to fight both these guys in the past, and they wanted no smoke. They didn't want any part of it. And now, like Lisa just said, now Fury's gonna fight. Well, if he does fight Usyk for this, people just like, we could have got this shit a long time ago, but they just wanted to cloud chase AJ, just keep the name in his mouth to build themselves up, which is it's crazy, man. It's crazy. I couldn't even imagine doing something like that.
And tear the brother down.
Yep, at every opportunity.
Including the media. You don't think we see what's going on? We see exactly what's going on. Yup.
But I also say this too, because Wilder, because like I said, you remember the first time when AJ took the first loss to Andy Louise, and Wilder and the rest of his idiots was doing backflips and shit like that, saying that AJ's not the man to say this. But you know what I did? I say, I'm gonna sit back, and I'm gonna say we're gonna see if Wilder really gonna beat Fury the second time around. And because like I said, there's an old saying, karma is what Wilder and his fans are at the end of the day. Karma's a bitch. And they came back and got him. Now Wilder not as bad as he say he is. And look, he going up against Robert Helenius. Lottie fucking die. Let's go ahead and throw the ticker tape parade for your bitch ass. You gonna fight another no-name bum anyway.
First of all, Helenius knocks his block off. It's probably not gonna happen, but I'm hoping Helenius wins.
Well, they know each other because they've been
small partners. I know that.
So they know each other's strengths and weaknesses, I'm sure.
Yeah. I still hope Helenius wins, though. It'll be hilarious. But probably won't happen.
Yeah, but we'll see what he got left. Yeah.
He'll probably get that belt back, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Give me a minute. Just chop it up. I'm just in the middle of just sorting something out. Give me a minute. Just continue.
Yeah. Okay. No, but I agree with you, Candace. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like just a bunch of bullshit. You know what I mean? And the facts was presented. Only people that he didn't really, it's always an issue, with the Fury and Wilder, and they was tied up. You know what I'm saying? And maybe Luis Ortiz, but that's not to say that he doesn't have good people on his resume. Because like I said, even though with the situation with Povetkin pretty much fought a little bit of everybody, more or less. There's some people he didn't fight, but he, the cheating thing, and I was supporting Wilder when that happened because I didn't like that. Yeah.
The resume stacked though, regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, so is Del Boy.
Yep.
He may got a lot of losses, but he has a stack. He has fought a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? And then they trying to they were saying he said he wanted to fight Wilder, and people trying to make it seem like it's dangerous. He shouldn't fight him. If the man want to fight him, let him fight him.
But you guys know that. But you guys know Al Heyman and Shelly Finkel, they ain't gonna do that because like what? Because AJ is on what the Zone, and that's like an app, and they want everybody to spend like $100 on a pay-per-view fight. So you could get the same shit on the Zone. If you subscribe to it, you might get maybe like what $100 for the whole year. Why would I do that?
Well, I got my Zone subscription. Yep.
Yeah, but they could still, like you said. I mean, it could be two off, but they didn't want to do it before. So it is what it is, man. It's crazy. Yup, it is what it is. So ain't nobody, you know what I'm saying? I don't go by what these fuckboys online be saying. You know what I'm saying? Because like, all you gotta do is read and watch videos or whatever. It's just like it is what it is. Yup. See what's going on, yeah. Yup. We see what's going on. Yeah.
We all know what's going on. That now you got Usyk and Fury. Fury said, "I want $500 million to fight for Undisputed. If I was Usyk, I'll give you $500 million to go fuck off." So, but I give $500 million to go fuck yourself. But other than that, say, bro, come on, But like I said, it's a big fight, and that's the reason why I said. But I also said this. I was like, Fury was pretty much hoping and praying to God that AJ was going to win the fight because AJ is really his 401k plan. And the Saudis will put up the money for it because the Saudis fuck with Eddie more than they fuck with Bob and Frank.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yup. That's true. That's true.
I mean, the fight can still probably get done, but it won't be as much money in it as before.
Right.
I mean, because with AJ, it's like if AJ was involved, yeah, they'll pay out the ass for that fight. But now that he's not involved, they'll probably still pay, but not as much.
Yeah, maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. Yeah. Because, see, he used that tactic as, well, I was retired. I'm going to come out retirement, but this is what it's going to cost you. I see what he was doing. Yeah.
I mean, nobody believed him anyway. I know we didn't. I didn't. So, yeah.
No, I didn't think he was fully retired. Yeah, because, yeah. But I think the Ring magazine or whatever, they was like, that's why they said he was retired. So they made the Usyk and AJ fight, put the ring belt up. Yeah.
Yep.
It's crazy, man. Boxing is crazy.
And as fans, we shouldn't have to be worried about all this stuff.
Right. Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah.
Candice is really in the building. I put my headphones down for like 10 minutes. I was get the fuck. Yeah. Candice shouts out to Candice. She ain't come to fucking play. New York
telling the truth.
Damn day. Yeah. Telling the truth all day long and twice on a Sunday. Yeah, we know. I'm just glad. I'll put people that have seen this. I'll put a poll up on my community tab, and then I'll ask you who's got the best resume out of Deontay Wilder and like what Coach did. But I'll do it on my community out of Deontay Wilder and AJ, and also I will then put another poll and say who was the most protected fighter, considering this is what Deontay Wilder said. Well, I think I saw Mark Nash, he was in the building as well.
Mark.
But the chat was going through. Where are you, Mark?
You know what it is? Oh, I'm sorry.
So it's just one of my members. Let me just do this. I think I've missed the super chat as well. Let me grab this super chat and then we'll get you right back, Candice. Thanks for joining me, Candice. It's always good when the girls load up on these mofos and tell them what it is, because these motherfuckers need to.
Girl power.
In truth, man. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, shout out to the queens coming from Modern King Boxing, King Ronda Dunn in the Buddhism. Thank you for dropping that. Whatever, for dropping that Cinco. Yeah, we ripping it. We dropping that Cinco. You drop that Cinco, And this is what happens Candice. These motherfuckers. Look, did you see Candice and what Ray Mercer said? What Ray Mercer said, Candice.
And lastly, Ray, Wilder coming back, our American heavyweight coming back on the 15th. Is it hard to come back from a KO loss and still be
No, what
yourself?
is hard to come back is you gotta learn how to fucking box before you come back.
Thank you, Ray.
All of them, all of the sound effects, all of them fucking sound effects. He don't care if that was about American heavyweight. No, yeah, how about learning how to fucking box before you even try to do this big massive comeback with Robert Elenius, the Nordic Nightmare. Hope he gives you nightmares. Yeah, that will be free for us in the UK, courtesy Allah of the PBC on their YouTube channel. They know better than to charge the UK any money for Deontay Wilder comeback trash fight, because we won't be buying
because
it.
I always thought they charge pay-per-views.
Yeah, but they've stopped doing that for the last few fights on PBC and just been giving us for free on their YouTube channel. Shouts out to Al Heyman, because you know that your fights are trash and the British people are not going to be buying it.
Yep, I'm not buying them now. So
You know, so you know. Fight
Hey,
Doctor.
what about
Shouts out to you, Fight Doctor. No worries, sis. Shouts out for you, Fight Doctor, that had a lot to say in the chat, but nothing to say when I asked you to come on the panel. So, go ahead, girls. Oh, and guys.
I had to. What about Ruiz and Ortiz?
I don't know, you know. I know I've just seen a notification for if you want to watch the press conference. I reckon they may charge us for that, but that's gonna be. I heard that's gonna be on Fight TV for like £10.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Oh, you should have been charged for that.
Shout out to Al Heyman, because you know we ain't buying shit from you unless it's gonna be £10 or under or free, because you know we ain't on it. We ain't in it. AJ's already desecrated and moved along from these motherfuckers.
Fight Doctor wants the link.
Fight Doctor, come through with the link and come through. And I sent you the link already, Fight Doctor. Let's hear what you've got to say, because remember, you did say AJ is one of your favourite fighters. I'd love to see when someone isn't your favourite fighter. Go ahead, the link is dropped and let's get the Fight Doctor on. Yeah. This is Modern King Boxing. This is to you, Candice. He said, I like her. Yeah, we tell the truth, whole truth, and Candice tells nothing but the truth. So help her God. But you know, a lot of these wildettes, they don't like the truth.
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers?
I think I'm entitled.
You want answers?
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth!
Anyway, we've got Fight Doctor.
Tri-state area in the building.
Tri-state area, New Jersey and New York.
North, yes, New York, we're in the building.
Places that I grew up and L-Town. So, you know, I rep for all three in the building. NJ, NY, London. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, God. No, you did that wrong. You did that so wrong. You went to it. Go ahead, Fight Doctor, in the building.
Yo, Fight Doctor's in the house on Rick James status, as always, coming to represent the Midwest, the home of the best fighters in history. Okay, all the best fighters come from the Midwest. Okay, so Sugar Ray Robinson, not Sugar Ray Robinson, Thomas Hearns, Floyd Mayweather, James Toney, just to name a few. But yeah, so contrary to popular belief, I am actually an AJ fan. I watch all of his fights. As far as I'm concerned, when AJ fights, it's must-see TV.
I would hate to have a supporter like you. But go ahead.
But I am a boxing fan first, and I must call it like I see it. Now, when Wilder lost the second fight, the rematch to Fury, Wilder made a lot of excuses. He made a lot of excuses, and I was very critical of Wilder for having made those excuses. Now, my thing is this: when you lose, you should lose in a similar manner to which you win. If you win and you can act like a good sportsman, then you should lose doing the same. And that is not what Wilder did in the rematch. And I was highly critical of him. And I remain highly critical of what he did post the Fury rematch.
Okay, just real quick, who's got the better resume?
Well,
AJ or Wilder? Here we go. Let's
here's the problem, right? Now, if you look at just straight wins, right? We look at just straight wins.
No, we're talking about resumes. So resume, the place, when you've got a resume on your like your job resume, the places that you put where you've worked, It's not where you didn't work at the places and then become an owner and won over the property that you worked in, did you? No, you just worked there, didn't you? Whether you got fired or you relieved yourself of duty, you just worked there, didn't you? So this is what we're equating what a resume means. All of a sudden, people have got fake, like their memory fails. They've gone from having college education to like high school, not even passing with a high school diploma. All of a sudden, they don't know what a resume means. So we're going to go with a resume meaning being the level of opposition that you fought. Win, lose, or draw. So who has the better resume out of AJ? Who's faced the better level of competition out of AJ and Wilder?
Who's faced the better level of opposition? Wilder has. And I think that's pretty much
bullshit.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. All right, so then
fight doctor, we can't.
I call bullshit, bro.
Okay,
yeah,
so now,
fight doctor, we're not doing this. Today we're not doing
Come
this.
on, man.
We just
no, wait,
proved
you asked a simple question. So
we just proved with stats, facts, and data that Wilder's 90% of the people he's fought have been unranked.
All right, so the question is, who has faced a better level of opposition? So there's a few ways that you can answer that question. Now,
no, there's just one. Say Wilder. You said Wilder, so just tell me why it was Wilder.
Well, and I'll be more than happy to explain why. Wilder has fought Fury 3 times, and Fury is unquestionably better than anyone Joshua has faced, and I think that goes without saying, right? Nobody has beaten Fury, and Fury has beaten the best guys. Not only is Fury undefeated, Fury's also beaten.
AJ's beaten the Hall of Famer. Fight doctor, we're not going to do this. Like any other panel, you can chat shit. On this panel today, I've got really low tolerance. I'm not doing it. Sorry, I don't come on here.
So then let's keep it to the facts. Let's keep it to the facts.
So I am keeping it to the facts, and let me just keep it to the facts. Like, so guys, Wilder has fought 9 ranked, 18 ranked opponents, right? 9 out of the 18 are ranked in the top 100. Out of the 9 ranked, 3 of them are in the top 10. One of them being Luis Ortiz, one of them obviously being Tyson Fury, and one of them being Bermain Stavern. Out of the 18 ranked, out of the 9 ranked, okay? 18 ranked, 9 being in the top 100, 3 out of the 9 being in the top 10. All the rest have been ranked 300 to 400. And then the majority of those after that, 90% out of his 42 fights have been unranked. Even when he was a champion, Wilder faced unranked opponents. As we've shown, the level of even Anthony Joshua's journeyman compared to Deontay Wilder's journeyman. Anthony Joshua in his, I think, 28, 29 fights maybe, he's faced 3 people with an upside down record, which was like by 1 or 2, but upside down nonetheless. Upside down meaning more losses than wins. Deontay Wilder's whole record, most of his record, at least his first 27, was like that. So, fight doctor, with these stats, I don't know why you're called fight doctor. Because right now, it's nothing PhD about you if you can't understand facts, stats, and cold-hearted data, or data, if you can understand it like that.
Okay, then I would like to address that. So I would like to address that.
Go ahead.
All right,
I'm Rick James.
So let's deal with the facts. I have a question.
That's all I do deal with is facts.
Okay, I have a question.
And ask me, let's deal with the facts. Well, you must be on the wrong show if you have to ask me that.
I have a question. I have a question. Can someone tell me how many times has Anthony Joshua faced the #1 heavyweight in the world?
0.
I have a follow-up question. How many times? I have a follow-up question. How many times has Deontay Wilder faced the #1 heavyweight in the world?
Oh, absolutely 0 as well. 0. Nobody butting. 0. Go ahead, fight doctor. None.
Okay, so then I have a third question. If that's true, then going into the Wilder Fury rematch and the Wilder Fury rubber match, who would have been ranked ahead of Fury or Wilder?
I've already answered. Sorry, Anthony Joshua. You said how many times has Anthony Joshua faced the #1 heavyweight in the world?
That was my first question. You answered that 0.
Well, I'm going to be. Sorry, my mind went. You're going to be on Rick James status. I'm going to be on LadyChann status. So twice.
Can you tell me who?
And then you've asked how many times has Deontay Wilder faced the #1
heavyweight in the world? Yes.
I would say 0. He hasn't. Never.
Okay, so can you tell me who was the #1 heavyweight in the world who's the #1 heavyweight that Joshua faced?
The guy that has the majority of the belts in the heavyweight division, which would be Alexander Usyk.
So you rate Usyk ahead of Fury?
Shouts out to LadyChann. I have to give myself a round of applause for that. Yeah.
So you rate Usyk ahead of Fury?
Obviously, you don't use stats, facts, and data. So I'm like, for me, this is you're using subjectivity, aren't you? So I'm going to use subjectivity. For me, Tyson Fury isn't the #1 heavyweight. For me, it's Alexander Usyk. So go ahead. Mm-hmm.
All right. So I'm assuming that you are basing Usyk's ranking off of his victory over Joshua. All right. Be that as it may, can you provide?
I'm basing Usyk's ranking over Joshua.
I'm asking the question.
I'm asking the question because to me, he's the #1 heavyweight. He's got 3. He's a majority belt holder. So you're going to say that Errol Spence is the #1. You're going to say Errol Spence is the #1 welterweight champion. He's the majority belt holder.
I didn't say that.
Till 1 and 2 fight.
I didn't say that.
Till 1 and 2 fight.
But I didn't say that.
I didn't say. Well, okay. I said 1 and 2 fight. Then we'll see. So for me, it's Alexander Usyk. He's So go ahead.
Well, all right. So I mean, and that's perfectly fine because ratings are subjective, right? But again, now you're big on data. So my question to you is, do you have any data that would support your finding that Usyk is the #1 heavyweight in the world? Do other people feel the same way? Are there like organizations?
Other people don't have to feel the same way. There's a lot of people, guess what, that people that don't like the #5. I know a lot of people that don't like the #5, but 3 + 2 makes 5, whether you like it or not. So I don't care what the majority of people like or what they feel. Doesn't matter. That's
okay. Well, I mean, so typically, in order to
me, someone that has 3 belts, it's better than someone that has 1. And that's someone that's come from undisputed and undefeated from another weight category, and is also #1 pound for pounder. Yeah, he's the best heavyweight in my opinion.
Then prior to Joshua's loss, prior to Joshua's loss to Usyk, you would have rated him ahead of Fury.
Oh yeah, I would have rated him ahead of Fury before the second loss, before the second win, or the first win.
Prior to Usyk's first win over Joshua, right? Prior to Joshua's first loss to Usyk, you would have rated Joshua ahead of Fury. Am I understanding you correctly?
I would have rated Joshua ahead of Fury. Yes, I would have.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's probably a minority viewpoint.
Oh, I'm a minority
but again, ratings are subjective, and I can't say that it's right or wrong. It's the way you feel. But I can say that I think perhaps the majority of the boxing public, at least as far as I'm aware, would have not ranked Joshua ahead of Fury going into the Usyk fight.
Bless him.
And I think that for good reason.
Bless him. That's them. I am a minority. That's why my mum told me I was special, and I believed her. Anyway, so AJ, moving along. What else have you got to say? Candice, would you like to speak to Fight Doctor? Because Candice, she's quite a passionate person. I think I've put my bid in. And
Chann, could I just add one thing before Candice goes right quick?
You can add 2 or 3 things.
Okay, I'd just like to point out, I just checked the rankings for the ring. Tyson Fury's not in them. So.
Yeah, Tyson Fury's no longer in the ring because he relinquished that. So he's not even a ring. He's not even a ring.
Yeah, he's nowhere near it right now.
Yeah, so can we say that Usyk is the #1 heavyweight in the world right now?
Of
we
course,
say that,
that's
right?
why I said
okay,
it.
cool. Yeah, got it. Okay, thank you.
And even before he was, but but you know, Fight Doctor's not up on game. You know, he's tried to run. He ain't kept up with the Usain Bolts of the world of boxing. You know, we're in the building. Shouts out to AJ with the stats, facts.
Okay, can I respond to that? Can I respond to that?
Yep, you can respond to it. And then
of course, what the rankings reflect now honestly have nothing to do with the price of tea in China or the reality of the matter back when Usyk and Joshua fought for the first time. The rankings today have nothing to do with the rankings back then. Now we have to put things in their proper context and not distort the facts as they are. Again, perhaps you should go and recheck the ring rankings for immediately prior to the first fight between Usyk and Joshua, because I suspect that they say something different than they say now.
Go ahead, guys, reply.
I'm gonna ask you this. Because when she said, who has the better resume between AJ and Wilder, you said Wilder. Give me the concrete forensic file evidence that you think that Wilder really do got a better resume than AJ. Because like I said, I never paid attention to heavyweight boxing until I heard that Fury beat Vladimir Klitschko. Because like I said, if you really think that Wilder has a better resume, because like I said, besides maybe the 5 motherfuckers that we know that are top 10, you still think that Wilder still got a better resume than AJ. Just tell me what in your hooked on phonics mind make you think that Wilder do have a better resume.
Yeah, Wilder still hasn't fought 5 top 10.
All right,
by the way.
So let me answer the question. And so the question. So the answer isn't cut and dry, and everything is not black and white, and that these things are subjective, right? So there's really no way to prove who. There's really no way to prove who has the better resume. We can just speculate based on the data that we have in front of us. Now the question was asked LadyChann, she laid the groundwork, or how we should consider a fighter's resume. So the resume is defined by who a fighter has fought, win, lose, or draw. Right now, if that's the criteria, who has a fighter fought, win, lose, or draw? Then,
of opposition. I already said that, Fight Doctor.
Right, don't quality of opposition. So if we're gonna go by who has
so there's a difference between Rolls Royce and there's a difference between Fiat or Ford.
And I understand that. So again, if we're going by who has the better resume, based on simply level of opposition, then I think Wilder has a case because he's faced the best heavyweight 3 times. And unquestionably, in my mind at least, Fury is better than anyone Joshua has faced.
Now, if Wilder be the best when he didn't win any of the.
He didn't win against Fury. He got his ass kicked by Fury 3 times. You want to get that first fight?
Again, if I want you guys to just hear what I'm saying, right? Now the criteria, the criteria that LadyChann set was who has the best resume based on win, lose, or draw, meaning Who's faced the better opposition?
Resume is about the level of opposition. It doesn't mean you have to have beaten the people on your resume, even though AJ has beaten 7 out of the 8. Shouts out to AJ yet again.
Let's change the criteria. Now let's say who has the better wins, right? Now if the question
criteria, we can't change the criteria because that's not what a resume means. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go to a thesaurus or the dictionary, and we in the UK, so we do Oxford's, not Webster. And I will have to give out the definition of what a resume means. Please don't let me have to do that because I've got better things to do with my day. So we shall keep the criteria of what a resume means. Thank you.
All right. Well, given that criteria that you set, who has faced the better opposition, then I think Wilder has a case based on having faced Fury 3 times.
Please tell me. Sorry, I won't interrupt. Go ahead.
Right. I think Wilder has a case based on the fact that he has fought the #1 heavyweight in the world, and in my mind, Joshua has not.
Okay, so
unquestionably, Fury is better than anyone Joshua has faced. So given that fact, you have to.
He's fought the #3 heavy that you say is #1, even though he's not, because he's not even in the ring rated top 10 anyway. So that refutes everything that you've just had to say there. But we'll go with it. Again, thanks for that fight, Doctor. But so take that one out. Who's Wilder's best win or best level of opponent? Sorry, other than Tyson Fury.
His best opponent. I think Wilder's 3 best opponents.
No, not best win, just level of opponent. And if you dare say Luis Ortiz, I'm gonna have to boo you.
Well, honestly, I think Wilder's best opponents were Fury, Stavern.
No, fight doctor. I know this isn't the Twilight Zone. I know I'm definitely where I am. I did say, bar Fury, I said that 3 times now as fight doctor. But bar Fury, who is the other best level of opponent that Deontay Wilder has faced?
In other words, stop calling Fury's name, you fucking call girl. Who else besides Fury had Wilder face? I want to hear it come out of your mouth.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yeah, don't show your ignorance here, okay? I mean, I didn't call you out of your name, right? So don't call me out of my name. Listen, hold on a second, listen. I didn't call you out of your name.
Yeah, Candice, let him talk. Let him just talk, and then you can respond.
So, ma'am, don't show the world your ignorance.
All right, go ahead, fight doctor. Go ahead. I will rein everything in. Candice, just let him. Like, I want to tear off his head as well, like I have done in the past. But he's only so many heads that, like a salamander, that can grow back. So I'm just giving him a bit of chance to live and breathe right now. Go ahead, fight doctor.
So in my mind, Wilder's best opponents, not named Fury, are Stavern and Ortiz.
Okay, great stuff. All right, so those were better levels of opposition than. Okay, so when Deontay Wilder fought Bermane Stiverne, obviously he was a ranked fighter and he had to be ranked in the top 5. He was number 4, and Deontay Wilder took his belt. Do you know by the rematch where Bermane Stiverne was ranked at?
He was probably ranked in the. I don't even know if he were in the top 10. He may have been at the bottom of the top 10. I don't recall. The fight.
They didn't even want that fight.
Hang on. I recall where he was. Did you want to know where he was?
Probably the bottom of the top 10.
No, he was ranked. He was unranked. Shouts out to Bermane Stiverne. He wasn't even ranked.
So Chann.
So he wasn't ranked by the time they had the rematch. That Deontay Wilder chose out of his 10 mandatories, he chose 8 voluntaries. One of those was an unranked guy as a champion. Shouts out to Deontay Wilder with his best, fucking living his best life.
Sis, they didn't even want to televise that fight. I remember.
Yeah, no, they didn't want to.
Let me get this right. So the WBC selected an unranked opponent for his mandatory?
Yep, that's exactly so.
Well, okay.
Go ahead, Candice. So we here with facts, stats, and data. I love it. I love facts, stats, and data. because they just can't be refuted. Go ahead, Candice. So Fight Doctor so far hasn't been able to answer one question clearly or fairly. And, you know, his bias is showing. But you can be biased all day long because, like I said, facts, stats, and data will always show one up.
By the way, I found an answer to his question that he asked me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was it prior? You asked me. Was it prior? You said prior to the Usyk fighting. Sorry, Joshua fighting Usyk. Where was he ranked in the ring?
Going into prior to the first fight between Usyk and Joshua, where was Tyson Fury ranked by the rank? That was the question.
Well, no, it's epic.
Well, it wasn't ranked. He was the champion, but Joshua was also number one. So, because he had the ring belt, Joshua was ranked number one.
So Joshua would have been ranked number one behind the champion. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Tyson Fury was champ. He had the belt. Yeah.
Tyson Fury was champ.
Thank you. Then that, I believe that pretty much answers the question.
Okay, so in the and in the rematch, where was he ranked? Just where Bermain Stavern was. Nowhere. So shouts out to Anthony Joshua yet again, fighting the number one pound for pound and number one heavyweight, and shouts out to Tyson Fury, he weren't ranked. So Fight Doctor yet again, facts, stats, and data prevails. So as we all know, like I've just shown, and I've just spent 2 hours and 30 minutes on this topic. I think it's time to move on because I thought Fight Doctor was gonna come and bring something else, you know, bar of bias and bullshit, and he didn't. So thanks a lot, Fight Doctor, for being in the building and not contributing.
My pleasure. Whenever you guys need to be, schooled, I'm more than happy to offer.
We don't need to be. We're fine, thank you.
I don't need to be schooled.
I need to be schooled.
You don't need to be schooled by everybody else.
Nobody need to be schooled.
I have my own critical thinking. You can't school me at all, brother.
Even when I had COVID-19, and you had COVID-19, I beat it in 12. You was down and out for 5 months.
Fine. Nice talking to you.
I did my own thinking.
For joining us. Massively appreciated, Fight Doctor. You are more than welcome to ever come back. Definitely.
Jesus Christ.
Thanks, Fight Doctor.
Call girl.
Yeah. Oh, mate. You know, this is the hatred runs so deep.
I got a headache.
Fight Doctor, do you want to say more stuff? Here you go. Sorry, I didn't want you to think that you wasn't allowed to say. You know, if these are your friends and these are people that support you, I would hate to see who Fight Doctor doesn't support. You know, I would hate to see. Go ahead, Fight Doctor. But you do know that when we had the clash, even when we both had COVID, I beat you even on that dynamic. I even do being ill better than you. So you on your best day and me on my worst. It's still
LadyChann, I can't express how happy I am that you got over COVID. I'm glad. I am happy that you are well and safe.
I know you wish that I didn't, but you know, I did. I know you wish that I didn't, but I did.
No, ma'am. You are my sister, and I'm glad. I am glad that you got over COVID. Yes, I am.
And I was glad that you got over it, even though it still took you 5 months. That was still a fact. That was all I'm saying. I just deal with facts, stats, and data. That's all I was saying. I was still glad you got over it. But what I'm saying is, even on your best day and me and my worst, I still win. Shouts out to LadyChann. When it comes to LadyChann versus the Fight Doctor, lady, there's only one undisputed and undefeated fucking blabbermouth on these airways, and that's me, Fight Doctor. You can't come and take my place. So, is there anything that you want to say before you leave? Because we're going to go on to the other topic. Before I wrap up the show, unless you can stay on, unless you want to just say some parting words, or you can stay and you can still say your last words, and the panel can say what they want to say.
Well, I'm here for the debate, and I don't know if you want me to hang around and offer a different point of view. But again, facts.
School us. Don't come on here saying that you can school us, because you can't, and you haven't. So far, you haven't. Maybe you can in other aspects of the sport of boxing. You have been alive about 40 years more than me, so maybe you can. But on this topic right now, you haven't schooled anybody that's been on this panel.
What have we established?
Alluded kind of like it's quite
okay.
sad.
Well, we can answer that question.
Yeah.
What have we established? What are the
you don't
facts?
know anything, you don't know about stats, facts, and data.
Okay. Well. So then
established.
let's talk about stats, facts, and data.
No, you're not running the show because as long as I was aware, this show is called Come Box with Chann, not Come Box with Fight Doctor. So we shall do what I shall say because it's my show. So we're moving along swiftly with still facts, stats, and data. I was just speaking to. I had the pleasure of meeting Hasim Rahman Jr. Fight Doctor, would you like to interject and say that he's trash, he's stupid, he's an embarrassment for a black man? Go ahead, hurry up and interject your hatred here.
Why would I want to hate on Hasim Rahman?
Round of applause for no hatred. Woo!
Why would I need to hate on him? The fact, why would I need to hate on any fighter? I just state the facts as they are.
Because you do hate on people, and that's what
I state the facts as they are, and that's it.
I wasn't talking about, yet again, COVID must have got your ears. I didn't say Hasim Rahman. I said Hasim Rahman Jr., the son.
Why do I need to hate on Hasim Rahman Jr.?
Another round of applause, even for the second generation you're not hating on. Go on. You're doing better. You're doing better, Fight Doctor. You're doing better. Rick James' status is working. So, yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting him. His dad was like, my son's going to be in town, XYZ. So, he's going to be at the KSI card. So I went up there and met him at the hotel. It was a fucking affair. Like, it was quite crazy to see, people that you just see on YouTube. And I guess they probably thought the same of me. They was like, oh, there she is. Shouts out to Ty and Booth that absolutely swerved me, put his head down and carried on walking very fast. Because they didn't want that smoke in real fucking life. And I let him live. And I was thinking, should I say something now? I can't be bothered. And I saw Chris Eubank Jr. And, I keep it integral. I slag him off on the internet. So I didn't run up to him and say, can I get an interview? I kept it pushing. Yeah, it's called integrity. I know a lot of people don't have that value of integrity. But, so I saw lots of various faces and stuff like that. Shouts out to Ade as well. Saw him as well. And we were just talking, and it's quite weird, guys. I think you saw the photo. Do you see how tiny I look sitting next to Rahman Jr.? And I'm not like that small, but I didn't realize looking at a heavyweight sitting next to a heavyweight, like a real established. And he said he was 215 pounds. He was massive in comparison to me, like literally massive. So. Yeah, it would be mad to see people like, I guess, Joe Joyce or Deontay Wilder or Andy Ruiz or Anthony Joshua, like just to get that like the ratio of what you look like compared to someone that is like a heavyweight boxer. It's the first time. Shouts out to my UK, my Welsh hermano. Hang on, let's go. We keep it up. But thank you, Dr. P, for dropping that $2. I was going to say dollars. Sorry, £2, £2 on your girl. I keep on moving with the lights on. Yeah, that's what we do. Oh yeah, I didn't realize I'm not on cam. Sorry, I thought I was on the cam the whole time. Fight Doctor, was you getting desecrated with me not even on the camera? I wanted you to see my facial expressions. Sorry.
I'm always privileged to see your beautiful face.
I know. It is a privilege, but one that you do not deserve. So yeah, I was chopping it up, and I'm putting bits and pieces out of the interview out, and he's basically saying that he's going to be fighting Victor Belfort. I was like, I don't really rock with all of these mixed martial arts shit and all of that, but because you're the son of my friend and I will rock with it. But I want to say he's a very, very nice guy, very nice lad. Testament to his mother and father for bringing up such a nice lad. Really nice lad. We had a good old laugh on cam, off cam. A nice chop up. Wasn't anything rushed or anything. Yeah. So shouts out to Rock Jr. That's all I really wanted to say. He was just saying about what his plans were, why he's doing these type of mixed things. about the Jake Paul, because I was like, you're gonna have to just let that go, mate. It ain't happening. But he still feels like that fight may happen. And if Jake Paul doesn't alternately make that fight happen, he's a runner, he's a track star. For real. Like he said over here, like, let's play that. He is a runner. So is Deontay Wilder as well. The Fight Doctor, we did tell you that Deontay Wilder turned down another offer again, didn't he, for Anthony Joshua and Dillian White? Yeah, he's a runner.
He was on the track after. He's a runner, he's a track star. What's going on? Why are you running in a box ring? Do you know how to box?
No, he doesn't, according to Ray Mercer.
And lastly, Ray, Wilder coming back, our American heavyweight coming back on the 15th. Is it hard to come back from a KO loss and still be
what is hard to come back is you gotta learn how to fucking box before you come back.
Thank you, Ray.
Shouts out to Ray Mercer. Keeping it a buck. Doesn't have to lie. Bigged up Tyson Fury. You know, I'm not a Tyson Fury fan, but at least what he said was, was facts. So we can't take one bit of it and say, no, that's not a fact, but this is a fact. We don't do confirmation bias. It was just all facts. But hey, so Fight Doctor, how do you feel about what Ray Mercer said?
Ray is 100% on point.
What do you say?
Ray is 100% on point.
Okay, so
Ray Mercer is a legend in the sport, and in this instance, I can't argue with his logic. He's 100% on point.
But the thing is, you could argue with it, because what he said, technically there isn't anywhere, even though I agree, technically there isn't anywhere to actually gauge how much someone can box, because there isn't like a number or isn't a gaugeometer. But you don't want to refute what he said, which is an opinion, even though I share that same sentiment and opinion. But I gave you facts, stats, and data, and you refute them. That's how I know you're really deluded in the building.
Well, in this instance, look, say what you listen. Wilder is a one-trick pony. All right, he has the big right hand. He has quick hands. Right, he has a good one too. But outside of that, his fundamentals are all wrong. All right, his balance is bad.
So how could he have a better resume with all of them wrong fundamentals?
Again, resume. If resume is about your quality of opposition and not necessarily who you beat, if resume is about quality of opposition, then I honestly find it difficult to put Joshua ahead of Wilder for the simple fact that Wilder fought Fury 3 times.
He has to be better than better than what I'm saying. Then he has to be better, because you're saying that with someone with shit fundamentals, he's beat 40 out of he's knocked out 40 of the people out of the 42 fights. So someone that's shit, I must be wrong. He must be fucking epic. Like, it doesn't
his punching power is epic.
You can't say that that's because punching power is subjective to the opponent that you're punching. I mean, if I punch a 2-year-old, does that make me like I'm the hardest hitting woman on the planet?
Well, okay, so I'm going to agree with you that
it looks like I've just punched someone that is just not on levels.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to agree with you that punching power is subjective, and it has to be considered versus your quality of opposition. And admittedly, Wilder's quality of opposition has been low. I'm not even going to pretend that it hasn't. Okay. Now, that said,
in somewhere, but no, now he's going to regress 2 steps forward, 5 steps back. Go ahead.
That said, Wilder has knocked out a couple of quality guys.
Who were they?
He knocked out Luis Ortiz.
Who and his resume? Have you seen his resume?
Listen, I'm not trying to make Luis Ortiz out to be a world beater, but one thing you can't deny Luis Ortiz is that he's a durable guy.
He's a great boxer.
And nobody had come close to stopping him.
Because do you remember when Wilder said he was too old? I don't want to face that guy. He's too old. Who cares?
Charles Martin did.
And then Charles Martin did.
Charles Martin didn't come close to stopping Luis Ortiz.
Yes, he did.
He did.
What do you mean? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. What fight was you watching, Fight Doctor?
Did the Charles Martin fight come before or after Wilder faced him?
Came up after.
Because again, Because putting it in context, putting what I said in context, no one had come close to stopping Ortiz prior to Wilder stopping it. Wilder was the first guy to knock him out.
Because when he was approached for $7 million by Team AJ, he didn't want to do it and then had to come out and say, sorry, we got it wrong.
And above and beyond that, when we gauge Wilder's punching power, when Wilder hits guys, they tend not to get up.
This is why I say it's subjective, because then once he stepped up to elite level, the motherfucker got up. Whoops. Shocking. Go ahead.
Yeah, so listen, the fact that Fury got up, that doesn't detract or deter from or change the trend, which is the trend is when Wilder puts guys down, they tend not to finish the fight.
Back up.
Now that's
they still get back up. Or he still got back up.
Yeah, but it's not they. So again, the trend.
Once he got to elite level, he got back up.
Well, so then
when we go back to tuna cans, we will assume that the Nordic Nightmare, when he gets knocked out, he probably won't get back up because he is a D+ fighter.
So if the question is when Wilder fights these guys, they get back up, then I would agree. But if we are considering the whole of his resume, the trend is when Wilder puts guys down, they tend not to finish the fight.
The trend of his resume is trendy trash. It's trash. That's the trend of his resume. It's trash.
Now, those are the facts.
You know it. They're not the facts.
Those are the facts. When you look at his resume, I mean, what's his KO percentage?
I gave you
what's his knockout percentage?
40%. 90-something%.
Right. It's among the highest in the sport.
But you don't go with stats and facts and data because I already told you that he already fought 90% of unranked people. So which one are you going with?
Fighters. Oh, I'm sorry. There's other fighters who have higher KO ratios.
I didn't claim it was the highest. I said it's among the highest.
Okay, but you don't go with stats.
I think Better BF is the highest in the sport, if I'm not mistaken.
But I just gave you stats, facts, and data, and you refuted them all because it didn't fit your narrative. Shouts out to Fight Doctor. Still digging a ditch. It's going to be ashes to ashes, dust to dust. I'm going to MC at your eulogy for you. Because you're
and I would be proud. I would be proud to have you there speaking over my dead body. Yes, ma'am.
No, I don't want you really to be. I mean virtual dead body, not real. Not real. Right, Doctor. We're not.
But LadyChann, facts are facts.
Real. No,
facts. The man has the highest, one of the highest KO percentage in the sport. That can't be refuted. That's a fact.
He does, and that's why I always say it's subjective. Though, if I was seeing him like a George Foreman, like that, like knocking out world beaters, I'd have to be like, yeah, that dude hits really hard because these dudes are not from Walmart, but Wilder's ones are.
Manufactured KO percentage.
What'd you say, AJ?
Manufactured KO percentage.
It's manufactured like Luis Ortiz was manufactured to be the boogeyman of the division. Who's fought nobody is best win is Bryant Jennings. Shouts out to Luis Ortiz.
After he lost to Klitschko.
So do you see how things can be played out to us to make it look like it's something that it's really not? And then, nobody could use reverse psychology on me because I reverse it back and just change it back to fucking psychology. So it doesn't work. I studied psychology. So I'm still waiting for a stat. Yeah, thank you very much. That's a new name for me, Joseph Jackson. Lady Facts in the building. So you see, undefeated and undisputed in these YouTube streets, right, Doctor?
My thing is this. It's about also the level of competition, When you look at an Ernie Schaefer, just say him. He was never a champion. I got that. But he had, he fought, some Ali's and, people like that. He fought some people. George Foreman is a better, I would say, example of somebody who's heavy hands, but fought a lot of people. So, of course, back then there was more Hall of Famers, more ATGs, but it's also the level of competition. At least fight as many as you can in top 10, knock them off the top 15. You know, um, that builds your resume to me. That's just in my opinion. Even if you lose, you can still say that I fought that person. That's a part of your your resume. But like I know that the heavyweight division has been a little thin, but there's some good people out there. It's just not what it used to be. I do agree with that. It's not what it used to be. Because you had killers, you know what I'm saying? In the 80s and 90s and 70s, those dudes was killers. You had back to back killers. So it's all about like it depends on if you fight a real elite fighter, who's to say they're gonna go down, But even with Fury going down, we know the guy hits hard. We know this. We seen that. I'm not disputing that, but I'm saying it's the level of competition. That's what we're talking about. And this is only a response to what he was saying about AJ's uh he's been protected, and I can't see that. That's what this is about. I just don't see it. Can anyone hear me?
Point,
Yep.
please. Sam, why are you leaving it so silent?
Oh, me?
I heard.
I agree. I mean, like, if anything, AJ was fast tracked in his career. Him fighting
You said,
for.
why is it so silent? No, I was finished saying what I had to say.
No, I'm saying why they not answering what you've just said, the reply. Why has they been so
Oh.
silent? Not you.
No, that's
I was
just what
sorry.
Go ahead.
But
Go ahead.
I was just saying I agree. I mean, if anything, AJ's been fast tracked. He has. From them fighting for a belt and becoming a champion in 16 fights, then he's unified in like 19. I mean, then we could just compare it to Wilder. So like what the coach pointed out in his vid, he said like what was he doing in 19 fights or 16? Who was he fighting?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And by that time, he's already a champion and unified. By that time,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of who he fought, Charles Martin, Ben, I'd beat him, but still champion nonetheless. Klitschko, Hall of Famer, unified with there, Parker, all that. So yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, I mentioned Ernie Shavers. He was never a champion. He fought I think didn't he fight Larry Holmes twice? Yeah.
Yep, knocked his
And
ass
he
down.
hit Larry with something that was so hard.
I don't know how the hell he got up from that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Holmes,
Yeah,
probably,
will be. Go ahead.
Larry Holmes, next to Muhammad Ali, has probably got the greatest chin in heavyweight history.
Yeah, so don't you respect when, those types of world beaters fight, Doctor? Because you are old enough to have been there when that was happening to watch the fight.
Yeah, so listen, if you had
your neck today, aren't I? I'm on your ass today. Oh, sorry.
If you had a guy like Ernie Shavers around today, he'd probably be knocking all these current heavyweights out. I mean, not only could he punch hard, but he had a delivery system. Unlike the big punching heavyweights of today. But I think it was that first fight. And if anyone who is a fan of heavyweight boxing, I would encourage you to go and watch the first Ernie Shavers Larry Holmes fight. Damn good fight, but somewhere in the middle round, Ernie Shavers unleashes the mother of all right hands, and he catches Larry Holmes flush. And actually, for Larry Holmes, one of his deficiencies was that at times he could get a little lackadaisical and be subject to catch a right hand. And he caught the mother of all right hands from Ernie Shavers, a punch that most other heavyweights would not have got up from. But Larry showed an incredible amount of tenacity in that fight, getting up from that punch and going on to beat Ernie Shavers.
Right.
Does
somebody?
Can I ask? Sorry, go ahead, sis. Go ahead, sis.
Somebody said in the chat, and they were right. Ernie doesn't have a gas tank, and I remember that because when he fought Tex Cobb, he was just gassing. I do remember that about Ernie. So that was all I had to say.
I was going to ask this question. Does resume mean anything?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, when their careers is over, yes.
Candice, does resume mean anything?
Yeah, resumes are way more important because they're gonna show it's really gonna separate, the men for the boys. If you got a damn good resume, you really a man. If you don't, you one of the boys.
Yeah. Fight Doctor, resume mean anything?
So the question is not as cut and dry as it may seem. Yes and no at the same time, because look, you can have an impressive resume, but at the end of the day, if you never beat the top guy, then it doesn't matter that you have a good resume, that you beat, XYZ fighter who may have one time been at the top of the division. If you didn't fight the guy who was at the top of the division and beat him, then really it doesn't matter how good, quote unquote, your resume is, because a good resume, it needs to be qualified by having beaten the top guy when he's at the top, not after he's taken a loss.
Okay, so
yeah, resume matters, but you have to beat the top guy in the division. I think in my mind that matters more than resume.
So what makes Luis Ortiz a credible win for Deontay Wilder?
So that term "credible win," I struggle with that term.
Well, you said he was winning.
No, he was a good win. I thought that was a good win.
Why?
Because I thought that at that time Luis Ortiz was a good fighter. He was a good heavyweight, right?
But what gauged that he was a good heavyweight?
Well, he was undefeated at the time. Now he hadn't beaten anyone, but he comes from a solid boxing background, right? He looked good in the fighters that he did beat, and it appeared to me at that time, even now almost, it seems like nobody really wants to fight him. So at that time,
we respect our elders at this point. He's 49, Fight Doctor.
Well, I mean, yeah, but we're going back a few years when Wilder fought him for the first time. So we're talking 2015, 2016. I'm not quite sure.
In 2015, he was 49, Fight Doctor.
Right. Well, but at the time, he was, I thought, a good win. Now, not the top guy in the division, right? And hadn't proved anything, right? But a good, solid win in my mind.
And what gauges you to? What would you say that he was a top opponent?
I struggle. No, because because Ortiz had not beaten a top heavyweight. So in order to beat a top heavyweight, you have to beat a top heavyweight. Ortiz has not done that. So for me to sit here and
Wilder ever beaten a top heavyweight?
Romain Stavern was a top heavyweight at the time he beat him the first time. And honestly, that's really, well, you have to go back and look at the rankings at the time. At the time, Romain Stavern was probably 2 or 3 in the division at the time. He held the WBC title. Well, again, we can go back and look at the rankings.
He was number 4. He was number 4.
Okay, so then if he were number 4, that makes him a top 5 heavyweight. That makes him a top heavyweight.
I didn't say that he was, but you obviously missed the facts, stats, and data. He was only out of all of the people that Deontay Wilder has faced in his 42 fight career. He's only fought 3 top 100. 9 ranked top 100 fighters, and 3 of them were in the top 10. One of them being Luis Ortiz, Romain Stavern, and obviously Tyson Fury. So I already did say that.
Right.
So yeah, to me, resumes matter. By the way, people that say resumes don't matter usually because their fighter has a trash resume, so they have to discount everybody else's resume. But resumes sure do matter. That's why the Hall of Fame won't really let you in the Hall of Fame if you've got a trash resume. Usually, there's always exceptions to the motherfucking rules, but hey.
But I just have a question. Wasn't Romain, and I'll let somebody else go. Wasn't Romain Stavern, he was the champ for 2 defenses, and then he lost to Wilder, right?
and dropped straight out of
No, he
all
lost it on his first offense. Yeah.
and came out of all rankings.
Oh,
unranked.
because he fought what's his name twice?
He fought
What's the
Chris
guy's
Arreola for the
name?
Arreola for the vacant belt. That was on a rematch, and then he lost it to Wilder in his next fight.
We've got King Moore. We got King Moore in the building. Love you, Shelton.
Love you, Shelton. Miss you.
Love you guys, man. I dropped my phone off the roof. I'm doing a remodel, and I just had to get a new phone.
Shelton,
You guys got to send me a text so I can get your contacts.
Yeah, so you can go back in the fucking thing. Keep dropping your fucking phone.
Hey, Chad, I bought the whole thing, though. This time I bought the screen protector, the cover, the whole shebang. I got it all this time.
Good.
Yeah, I keep dropping the damn phone out my pocket, man, trying to work. And you know how it goes.
Wow.
But yeah, I say the reason I say resumes don't matter because to me, I'm looking at boxing from back in our days, back in me and Lisa's days, I'll say. To me, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who you beat last year, last month, last week, 2 years ago. Can you beat the dude who's across from you tonight? That's what matters to me. All the other shit doesn't matter because it's done.
It matters.
Can you beat this guy? Can you beat this guy? If you can't beat that guy, then who you beat before doesn't matter because that guy kicked your ass.
Shelton, so what made Muhammad Ali great then?
Because he fought them all and beat them all.
Yeah, but resumes
Can you
don't
beat
matter.
the guy across from you tonight? Yes. Can you beat the other guy across from you tomorrow night? Yes.
Yeah, but how
Can you beat that other guy down the street?
Yeah,
yes.
But how do you know if they was good? We don't know. We
so
don't
wait,
know.
can I answer that question?
No, you can't fight Doctor. I want Shelton to answer
Okay, I'll answer the question. How you know they were good? Because they fought those other guys who they said they was good, and all those guys beat those other guys. Because you got to remember.
Where were they
Because you got to remember. Wait a minute, Chann. You got to remember this. Back in this era, there was one champ. There wasn't 5 champs. There was one guy, and everybody had to fight each other to get to that guy. So if you beat all those other guys to get to that guy, that means you're pretty good. But when you got to that guy, it didn't matter because he beat your ass.
So they had good resumes then. That's how we knew that they were great guys.
Yeah, you can go there with that. Yeah, they had great resumes. You're right. You're absolutely right. I can't argue with you.
So resumes matter. If it mattered for
I can't argue with you, Chann. I love y'all. You know I love y'all. I want to argue with you, but I can't.
So when y'all look at
hang on, I was just going to introduce you. Can I introduce you? Because I was going to give you a round of applause because this is the first time you've been on the panel. So, introducing, we got Q the guard in the building. What up, Q?
Hey. What's good?
Q?
What's everybody doing? LadyChann.
Q, you gotta give me a text, man. I ain't got your contact no more.
Man, what's good with it, LadyChann? What's good with it? Lisa, what's good with everybody on the panel?
What's good, my youngin'? How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm blessed. Man, OG, I am not texting you. I will call you, though. You already know how.
Yeah, call me, man. Call me, bro.
Q,
same number.
Q, if you come to get me, because you heard me desecrating Deontay Wilder.
Nah, I ain't even coming like that. I ain't coming like that, because how I see it, I look at it like who they fought, and like at the same time, like power, I just look at how the body react to when people get hit. Because like when we was talking about Ernie Shavers, he never won the title, but he one of the hardest punchers. Ron Lyle, he never won the title, but ask George Foreman who hit him the hardest. He'd say Ron Lyle. David Tua, he never won the title, but a lot of people he beat ended up going to win the title. He knocked out Hasim Rahman and all of that. So
we didn't knock him out. It was got robbed on the first one, and then the second one was I think the referee done a premature stoppage, which we was all quite a good agreement of. But yeah, but still on the record, it's classed as a KO. Cool.
Yeah, so
he wasn't out lying down, sleeping or snoozing. Shouts out to Hasim Rahman.
Yeah, and those are like some of the hardest heavyweight punchers, that people consider. So when I look at power, I do look at like how people body react when they get hit by this person. You know, people be hitting cartwheels. You know, we done seen people crying off body shots and all type of things. So, you know, that's power. You know, so I don't really know.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry.
I already used the analogy. I think power is subjective. At the end of the day, if you are hitting people that only fight, you know, once every so often because their real job is that, you know, they work at Pizza Express, then I can't really be like, oh, you're powered. I'm not saying that Deontay Wilder has no power, obviously, because we saw that wave that went through Fury's body. But at the end of the day, once he stepped up to elite level, we saw that, you know, he got up. Fury does have amazing recovery powers, but I can't say that there's no gaugeometer to say that. How do we know that Deontay Wilder really is the hardest hitter in the heavyweight division? Because I don't technically believe that he is until I see him knocking out, you know, more people of top level of elite. Knock out Usyk. Not saying that I don't think he can, because he can, but I want to see him knock out people that actually fight and they're at A+ level, not Z-. No disrespect, respectfully.
Yeah, I do think like he'll probably have to fight like, you know, the AJs.
Knock him out, knock AJ out. Not that. Then if you
Dillian White.
Oh well, that will just be an uppercut.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wilder don't throw uppercuts like that.
I know, he's gonna have to learn. For that one, he's gonna have to learn, and that will be maybe an easy win on that one.
Yeah,
well, I got one for you, Q. Knock out Joe Joyce then.
Yeah, like
if I see Joe Joyce go down.
Yeah, I mean, even he might not even have to knock him out. Like, even if he knock him down 3-4 times, like,
yeah,
you know what I
even
mean?
down on that one, yeah.
Yeah, because
who do you think?
God, yeah.
Do you think Deontay Wilder, in comparison, and we're telling the truth here, because I don't know if you caught the first part of the show. I you know, shouts out to Coach Malachi. Yeah, he did an amazing show a couple of days ago, and you know, I piggybacked off of it with the stats, facts, and data of who they fought and the level of even journeyman that Deontay Wilder and AJ have fought. Who do you say has the better resume?
Well, of journeyman between AJ and Wilder.
No, I'm just saying, just better resume, better level of opposition in between AJ and Deontay Wilder. Who's had the better level of opponent?
I think AJ. I think AJ. Like AJ got the better resume. I think AJ got up there, like got the one of the best resumes in heavyweight right now.
Who's got a better one than AJ? Better resume than heavyweight resume than AJ?
You could argue Tyson Fury, because some of the guys Tyson Fury fought before, like the Klitschko, then, you know, Chisora.
Not really. Because Tyson Fury hasn't fought. When he fought, even though Derek Chisora was undefeated the first time when Tyson Fury, that was they had to have a rematch because everybody thought that Derek Chisora got robbed. But just like he had to have a rematch with McDermott because McDermott beat him, but, you know, they gave it to Tyson Fury, so he had to have another match because, you know, McDermott yet again got robbed. As we saw with Deontay Wilder, he had to have 3 matches just to, you know, and definitely 2 to get a definitive answer, because a lot of people thought, you know, Deontay Wilder got robbed. So, you know, do you see the theme that we're running here with? There's lots of robberies. But what I was saying is also that who Tyson Fury has competed against, as he hasn't competed against more top 10 ring rated magazine or more than Joshua. So, I mean, he's had 2. One being Deontay Wilder, who was ring rated at that time, whatever position, and Vladimir Klitschko. AJ's faced 8 top 10 ring rated magazine holders, beating 7 out of the 8. Champion after champion, taking like 4 consecutive O's. So across the board, AJ has fought the better level of competition even than Tyson Fury.
Yeah, that's why I said that's where the argument comes, because I think, you know, it's still the argument, because You know, Fury still fought Wilder. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, but Wilder is
he was champion. You know, and he was like they say he one of the best champions at that time. You know, him and AJ was the two champions. And he fought him.
AJ was a unified champion twice. So and like I said, there's vast difference in their resume. So Charles Martin was a champion, but he was a champion nonetheless. Bermain Savern was a champion. Would you say that Bermain Savern was a better champion than Deontay Wilder? I don't think you would.
Nah.
So what I'm saying is AJ
but
and
I wouldn't say
Wilder are miles apart.
I wouldn't say Charles Martin was better than Bermain Savern.
I didn't say that either, but what I am saying,
I'm saying like,
what I am saying is that they're just two different levels of champs, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That's where the argument come in at. People can go this way or that way. But yeah, I say like, AJ got one of the best resumes at heavyweight though. Tyson Fury would be the argument.
You can argue with him.
Let me ask a question right quick. What do you guys think about Usyk's resume?
Oh, well, because he's not a career heavyweight, so far, I mean, we just can judge, what he's done. He's undisputed, so his resume for cleaning up a division, I will give him that, obviously. And then for him to be unified heavyweight champion, for me, he's the best heavyweight in the division. Because he's the majority belt holder. He's got 3 belts versus the other champ that's got 1. So how can you say that the other one's better than him? And one's undisputed and one ain't. And one's not 1 pound for pound. Oh.
See, but his undisputed didn't matter with heavyweight.
True.
Yeah, that's why I didn't bring up Usyk, because he don't really have a long resume at heavyweight. Even though we beat AJ and what's his name?
Chisora, I think.
Yeah, Chisora.
Yeah,
but
just Chisora.
Yeah, it just ain't enough. It ain't enough people on his resume.
No,
but I think if he get his defenses, beat Tyson Fury or something like that, he can make the argument, because if he do that, then we talking about he beat the 2 heavyweights with the best resumes. You know what I mean? But right now, I think he a great heavyweight, man. He a great heavyweight champion, and I think he still got some more to prove. Hopefully we can see the big fights from him, like Tyson Fury getting in the ring with him. Quit being so crazy with the,
500 million, you bum dosser. I know,
some crazy shit.
Give us a fucking break, please. Yeah, I know. Give us a break. I'm just not rocking with that.
Yeah, you gotta ignore that shit, dog.
Didn't Usyk say that if that's it for him after the undisputed?
Yeah, Usyk's out. So really, we'd be able to judge his resume, because if say for instance Usyk beats Tyson Fury in undisputed, everyone's going to say, yeah, but he wasn't a career heavyweight. He's only beaten AJ and Tyson Fury. Isn't that enough to he's going in the Hall of Fame regardless because of what he's done? Is that going to be a bone of contention if he retires if he beats Tyson Fury? For me, make him heavyweight for me.
So can I chime in on that?
Yes, Fight Doctor.
So look, Usyk, based off of what he's done at cruiser and what he's done so far at heavyweight, probably goes to the Hall of Fame. However, in terms of his heavyweight resume and his standing amongst heavyweight champions, he does not go down with the cream of the crop. Because he is not a heavyweight champion. He is a heavyweight titleist, and there's a difference, right? In order to become a champion, you have to be the champion. Now, this is what made Ali great. What made Ali great is that he beat Sonny Liston when Sonny Liston was the #1 heavyweight in the world. And then 10 years later, he beat George Foreman when George Foreman was the #1 heavyweight in the world. Now, this is undisputable. This is not up for debate. Usyk has not yet done that. He has not beaten the unquestioned #1 heavyweight in the world. When he does that, then he gets to join the ranks of the heavyweight champions by having beaten the man. But he hasn't done that yet. But that's not to say he isn't Hall of Fame worthy, because I think he is. But he is not a heavyweight champion. He's a heavyweight titleist. Now, Fury, on the other hand, has beaten the best guy in the division at least one time, arguably twice. So that's what sets him apart. And that's the reason why I think Usyk, in order to cement himself as the number one heavyweight in the world, he has to beat Fury. Because if he doesn't beat Fury, then there'll always be the question mark. There'll always be the asterisk, and next to it, but you didn't fight Fury.
But
okay,
but Fight Doctor, I gotta like kind of like sort of debate that, only because you always talk about the lineal or whatever, and now Usyk is actually that, but he still got to get in the ring and fight, beat the man. You get what I'm saying? But with him having that makes him the number one right now.
Of course he is. We know this. Fight Doctor knows it as well. Stop it, Fight Doctor.
So do I get to respond to that?
Even my sound effects.
Can I respond to you?
Yeah.
Go right ahead, sir.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that about Usyk. Like, when you get to comparing fighters to other fighters, then that's when you could start talking like that. But we talking about Usyk as he stands alone. You know what I mean? His career. You look at him being undisputed at cruiserweight. You go up, you see him beating a two-time champion at AJ. Whether he fight Fury or not, yeah, that's something that you could debate, and that's the fantasy shit, like the what if. But the other stuff that I named is no what if to that. We talking about an undisputed cruiserweight going up and becoming a unified heavyweight. Yeah, he gonna be great. Deal. Yeah, that's a big deal. You like, if you want to go down and compare him to all time, I wouldn't say.
Okay, we're not going that far.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We ain't going that far. But him standing alone and doing what he do, hell yeah, that's a great ass resume. If we sit back and that's a great career. If we can sit back and say that about Andre Ward, we can sit back and say that same thing about Usyk and Terrence Crawford. If he never fight Bud, like, yeah, that'll be that what if he never did that. But for what they did in their career, they still great. And you still got to show appreciation for that.
Even Evander Holyfield is giving props to Usyk. It's not the same level because, say, Usyk has a bit to catch up quite a lot if he'd have to stay in the heavyweight division and just be a world beater to be on Evander Holyfield's level. But just for the mere fact that Evander Holyfield has absolutely given him that that certification, Fight Doctor.
Yeah.
Like, the geezer's good. The geezer's doing his thing. Like, do you understand? Yeah. You got to give credit where credit due. We're not saying he's of ATG status at this moment, but we could say he's one of the all-time great cruiserweights. We're going to have to put ATG for cruiserweights.
Yeah, I have no problem with putting him at the top of the cruiserweight division all time. I don't know that I would put him above Evander Holyfield, but there's an argument to be made there.
I definitely didn't say that. No, there is an argument to be made there because there's not the fact. So Evander Holyfield he was under.
Evander Holyfield was undisputed.
Undisputed at heavyweight. He was undisputed. Yeah. Okay, so wait until we see that, and we'll go there when we get there. We'll cross that bridge once we get there. But there's different, and Evander Holyfield's title defenses and stuff like that is just a different level. But all I'm saying is the credit is where we're going to give the credit who it's due to. We're not saying.
All right, so let me. Can I address that?
Of course you can.
All right, so Usyk at heavyweight has not done anything remarkable. And what I mean when I say that is he hasn't done anything that hasn't already been done, right? So
he hasn't done anything that hasn't been done because he's beat Anthony Joshua, who's been beaten already. That's what you're going to say.
Exactly. And he beat Derek Chisora, who had already been beaten. And he beat Chad Witherspoon, which that fight was a joke.
Chad Witherspoon was a late replacement, not his fault, but
Right.
So we can't say everything's a joke. You got to get acclimated to the fucking thingy. I think within 3 fights, he's become the unified heavyweight champion of the world. No disrespect, Deontay Wilder's done 10 title defenses. 8 out of the 10 were voluntary. He held 1 belt for 5 years. What's his excuse? And he was a pro 5 years after Usyk.
If your argument,
come on,
if your argument is that Deontay Wilder has not done anything remarkable at heavyweight, I would be here to agree with you.
I didn't say he had anything remarkable because he still became a champion. I'm just saying there's levels of the championship. Like there can be you can compare the two. So what I'm saying is like, okay, the same thing with Bud and Spence. Spence has always been a career 147 pounder. All right, cool. You've got 3 of the belts. It looks absolutely sick. But at the end of the day, Bud has been 3 division world champion, 140 undisputed, undefeated, lineal, 2 times lineal. So you're going to have to put these things into context. Usyk's kind of like that, undisputed, lineal, and undefeated, 2 division champ. If you're going to give to Bud, you got to give credit to Usyk. If you're not going to give credit to Bud, then I guess you don't give. We're just here about consistency. Like I keep saying, stats, facts, and data.
All right, well, can I cook on that for a second?
Of course you can.
And I agree with everything you say. And, the Bud example, the Crawford example is a good example. You have a situation, and this is also the reason why I think Crawford is a legit pound for pound number 1, because in my mind, he's proven more than Usyk has. Lineal at 35, lineal at 40. He cleaned out 140, and a title holder at 47, and is arguably the number 1 at minimum, the number 2 guy in the division with 100% KO ratio at 147 pounds, his 3rd weight class. So I think when you add all that up, that equals pound for pound number 1, because nobody, in my mind, has proven more in the sport of boxing who's currently active than Bud Crawford. Now, having said that, yes, you have to give credit what credit is due. And Usyk deserves a lot of credit for his work at cruiserweight. I agree wholeheartedly, okay? He has a Hall of Fame career at cruiserweight. But what Usyk has done at cruiserweight has no bearing whatsoever on what he has done as a heavyweight.
I know, but people say that about Bud. What Bud did, he was undisputed at 140. It's no bearing of what he did at 147.
And that's true. That's true.
Yeah, but then you're saying that's true. But then you're saying that but what Bud did is respectable, and he's arguably like number one pound for pound. So in one breath, you're giving him credit, and in another breath, you're like kind of being like, no, I'm actually discrediting. Which one is it?
Okay, let me answer that. So when we talk about pound for pound, what are we talking about? We're talking about the breath.
Okay. I'm not even in the pound for pound argument, by the way. Let me tell you, Fight Doctor, I've resigned from that argument because it's too fucking subjective. It gets into too many heated arguments, and I can't be bothered. But if I have to, I'm not doing no top 10. I could just go I could just put Usyk and Bud interchangeable, 1 or 2. And that's as far as I'm going. You can fling in a new way. I'm going to have to I can't be bothered to go down lists and 10 and 9 and that. It's just too subjective, and it's not the same rules don't apply as when it was made. So
yeah, well, so pound for pound, when I look at a person's pound for pound list, in my mind, I'm thinking this is just how this particular person sees the boxing landscape across all divisions. That's all it means. It is a personal opinion, right? It's a personal choice. When you do all the math and you add it all up, and this is what it comes to, the highest 10 boxers based on whatever math that you are using to come up with your calculation, right? So where pound for pound is concerned, there is no right or wrong. Just because your number 1 pound for pound happens to be different from mine, that doesn't mean that you're wrong. Doesn't mean that I'm wrong. It just means for my taste, this is my guy, and for your taste, that's your guy. And
yeah, I don't because I'm quite a logical or analytical person. I can't work like that. I need guidelines. I need structure. I need criteria. Because if you don't have that, then it's just purely a subjective list, and that's when there's arguments, because nobody can argue about someone else's subjectivity. It's that doesn't make it credible. So if you need a 9 out of 10 to score an A, and you need a 10 out of 10 to score an A+, we can't say then, we can't say, well, you got a 9, you got an 8 out of 10, but the quality of the questions that you answered, we really can give you an A+. No, we need the rules. An A+ is a 10 out of 10. So we need rules. We need criteria. That is what life is upheld on to so you can gauge what quality or status that you're at. You know.
Yeah,
So
I get what you're saying, but
Mhm.
unfortunately, where pound for pound is concerned, that doesn't exist.
Yeah, no, it did. It did in the beginning. I think of its inception, you know, if this person was a heavyweight, then with the skills that they have transcending to heavyweight, would they be a pound for pound fighter? And where would they be ranked? That's all changed. I see people, I fuck ESPN and their stupid rankings. I see people I only put in heavyweights in my pound for pound list is because they've come from a different weight class. So Alexander Usyk is in, if I'd have to, he'd be in the pound for pound, as is Real Deal Holyfield. But I see people's got Tyson Fury in the pound for pound list. I don't put people in my pound for pound list if they haven't come from another weight class. So Errol Spence wouldn't be in my pound for pound list. Neither would Dimitri Bivol. Neither would Devin Haney, because they haven't transcended different weight classes and been champs in those divisions. So unless I'm wrong, this is what I'm saying. That's how I do it. Other people do it different. So I can't be bothered to argue back and forth about, you know.
No,
So
you're right. You're right, because the definition of pound for pound is moving from weight class to weight class. That's the definition of the whole.
That's what I thought, Shell.
A heavyweight can't be a career heavyweight like a Deontay Wilder or Joe Joyce or Tyson Fury. They can't be included in a pound for pound list, because where can they go?
This is what I'm saying. Unless they dropped down to cruiserweight and became, you know.
Ain't none of them dudes cutting down to 224. Ain't none of them dudes going to bridgerweight. None of them dudes are going to cruiserweight. It's not happening.
But unless they did that,
you can't put them on the list.
So they're not on the list. This is what I'm saying, Shell. So instead of me losing my voice every fucking weekend arguing with people on panels about fucking pound for pound, I just bow out. I just say, all right, you do your thing. This thing has no rules. I can't be bothered. It changes. That's what I'm saying, Fight Doctor. It's too subjective. And subjectivity, you can't gauge subjectivity. So what's the point of doing it?
Well, so pound for pound was created essentially to recognize the accomplishments and the greatness of Sugar Ray Robinson.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
That's why it was created in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, after, you know, Robinson retired, the pound for pound sort of took on a life of its own, and the meaning has changed over the years. And, you know, recently, last couple of, 10, 15 years, it's been mostly a popularity contest. And it isn't what it used to be, because there have been some guys who've been ranked pound for pound who had no business, Manny Pacquiao, being ranked pound for pound number one,
well, he's an 8 division champ. I mean, I don't know. Like, at that time, I wasn't really in boxing. So, as doing what I'm doing now. So, I'd have to read the landscape. I mean, 8 division champ.
He said that Manny Pacquiao had no business being pound for pound?
Yeah. Manny Pacquiao had no business being pound for pound as long as Floyd Mayweather was active. That's correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. Yes.
Not even on the list?
Okay. No. Being pound for pound number one. He could be on the list, but not number one. Not as long as Mayweather was active.
You can't be number one because Floyd beat you.
Floyd was unbeaten and Floyd beat you.
Floyd beat you head to head. So it doesn't matter. Like we had that conversation a couple months ago, Chann. It doesn't matter what kind of career Manny had. It doesn't matter what kind of career Floyd had. When you two guys fought each other, he beat you. So no matter what you do, you can't change the fact that you can't beat that guy because he beat you.
Okay, but I got a question, Fight Doctor. When was Manny number one pound for pound?
So
and what
if memory serves me correctly, when Floyd came out of retirement and fought Juan Manuel Marquez.
Yeah.
After that fight, they still ranked. Now, mind you, Floyd retired pound for pound number one, and then he came out of retirement. He beat Juan Manuel Marquez 11 rounds to 1, arguably, probably in my mind, I think it was 12-0. And instead of reinstating Floyd as pound for pound number one, where he should have been, certain entities kept Manny Pacquiao pound for pound number one and refused to rank Mayweather as the rightful pound for pound number one, when Floyd, even in coming out of retirement and facing someone like a man, like a Juan Manuel Marquez, and absolutely schooled Marquez, a guy who arguably beat Manny Pacquiao.
Get rid of this spam, please, in the chat. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought that was injustice, and I thought that it underscores.
There wasn't Loma defeated. It still was number one pound for pound.
No, this is before. This is long before Loma had the
I know this is
No, she's just saying the same thing has happened before. That like that man.
Damn is.
What that man do, Chad? That man stood on ESPN in front of Terrence Crawford and fucking Andre Ward and said Lomachenko was number one pound for pound.
Teddy Atlas crackhead ass. Again, look, this underscores the point that I'm making.
This dude is an idiot.
He is. Teddy Atlas is an idiot. Okay?
Yeah, but I still respect Pacquiao for whether I get what you're saying, Floyd. But when Floyd fought Marquez, didn't Marquez go up and wait to fight him?
Marquez came up from lightweight to welterweight. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I respect them both. They both have been great champions. Floyd and Pacquiao. Pacquiao has put on a lot of great trilogies like that Eric Morales fight and Barrera. Those are some good fights. Marquez, yeah.
And
But
look,
I get what you're saying though. Yeah, but Floyd was definitely he's definitely the top guy. There's no dispute about that.
There's no question Floyd was the number one guy pound for pound in the world. And I'm glad that OG Shelton Moore brought up the incident with Teddy Atlas standing between
Andre Ward
and Terrence Crawford, and wants to claim that a guy with 12 fights and a loss at the time, in between Ward and Crawford, they had something like 50 fights. Okay,
and
undefeated, both of them.
Ever since then, I don't really mess with Teddy Atlas. Ever since then, because I looked at him side-eyed. But now he kisses Bud's butt now.
Oh, does he? Well, it's too late to.
Well, that's because the cat has been let out the bag. Everyone sees Lomachenko for what he is, a duck. Okay, and that him being number one pound for pound was politically and racially motivated. That's all it was. Anyone who thinks that racism does not exist in the sport of boxing 2022, okay, all you got to do is go back and look at that interview with Teddy Atlas when he's standing between Crawford and Ward and wants to, like an idiot, claim that a guy with 8-9 fights and a loss was pound for pound number one. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, I was so happy for Bud that night when Bud jumped up in the air. I told OG Shelton about this. I just remember that smile. And he was so happy. Remember OG, that picture? And he jumped up in the air.
Just become
he became undisputed. Yeah. And then this turkey, this chump would sit up there and say what he said. And Andre Ward standing there. And I ain't messed with Teddy since then.
Yeah, Teddy.
And he's the cause of all of this. Bud is the cause of all of this. Because Bud is the one that made Crawford is the one that made being undisputed popular again.
Sexy again. Yeah.
Yeah.
He brought sexy back.
Guys, I still wouldn't put, no disrespect then. Devin Haney, if Loma's in it, then Devin Haney should be in it. But I don't believe that Devin Haney is in it because he hasn't transcended different weight classes. I mean, if he goes up to 140 and becomes a champ there, then he's definitely on the pound for pound list. In my really the one that I said I'm retired from. But if I come out of retirement like Floyd Money,
well, I agree with you, Tim. You can't put Spence on the pound for pound list because they haven't left the weight class. They haven't.
Right. Yeah. Well, what about Stevenson?
And then I realized
hasn't left the weight class.
Stevenson is in the second weight class.
He came up from 26. Yes, you can. Because he came up from 26. Yes, you can.
Shit. So really the whole thing is that because really Devin got moved off the pound for pound after Beterbiev beat the shit out of Joe Smith. So Beterbiev never moved the weight division.
Yeah, so he would be.
And he shouldn't be on the pound for pound list either.
And Bivol and Bivol got
and
on
he
it because he
shouldn't
beat
be on the
Canelo
list
last.
either.
That's what we're saying. If you haven't champ in two or more weight classes, then you can't be on the pound for pound list.
But my thing is this, right? How you gonna have your champ that's holding your belt and them not on the list?
That's
It
what I'm
makes
saying.
us. If I had a list, this would be my criteria. My criteria would be all undisputed champs be on this list or unified champs.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense because in reality,
that would be my criteria.
Right. But in reality, let's be honest, you really can't put Jermell on the pound for pound list because he ain't never left his division.
Man, fuck all that.
He
Jermell
ain't
was
never
knocking
left the
shit out.
division, Q. He ain't never left the division, Q.
So Q, that's what pound for pound means. So if Jamel's always been a 154 pounder and undisputed, yes, he's undisputed in the 4-belt era.
He's great.
From him, he's fucking done an amazing achievement, but he's not a pound for pounder. Neither is Errol Spence. Neither is Bivol. And they've got Tyson Fury on there. He was on there. Neither is he.
Neither is Beterbiev. He's never left the division. You can't be on the pound for pound list. How can you be on the pound for pound list? You never left the division. How does that work, Q?
So Lomachenko need to be on there then.
Yeah,
he been through divisions. Yeah, he been through divisions. Yeah,
we're not saying that Loma shouldn't be on there, but we're saying Loma in the placing in the rankings where they've placed him. For one, it's too high, and for two, if you are going to put him on, then I guess you're going to have to put Devin Haney on because they're not making any sense. Going by their logic, it seems like even if you're undisputed at 135 and someone's got all the belts, I mean, how can he be pound for pound at 130? Well, I'm assuming it's because of the 135 as well. That he's on the list. So he just should. They just both. Loma should be on the list, and Devin shouldn't be on. And Devin shouldn't be going back and forth with these lot.
Can I chime in on that for a second?
Disrespected if I was Devin.
Neither would I. I would just keep it moving.
Can I chime in on that for a second?
Yep, you can, Fight Doctor.
Now, I think here's how the reasoning, the logic that's being used, right? And it's not perfect, but let's all right. So let's look at the Canelo Alvarez situation, right? So I think if you look at ESPN's top 10 pound for pound, I don't have it in front of me, but I think Alvarez is number 5 and Bivol is number 7 currently. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the situation right now. Now, I think the justification for having Bivol ranked behind Alvarez, even though head-to-head, Bivol has proven himself, or Bivol beat Alvarez, is that over Alvarez's career, when you tally up the sum of his accomplishments, and you compare that to the sum of Bivol's accomplishments, Alvarez over his career has accomplished more. So when you consider who has proven themselves better over a period of time, and if you look at the two, then you have to say, well, Alvarez has beaten more names. Okay, Alvarez has a better resume than Bivol. Keeping it 100.
Yeah.
Oh, so now you know what a resume is, Fight Doctor. So you do know. So you was being subjective and biased before. But shouts out for slipping.
So
you know what a good resume is, adverse to a trash resume, don't you?
I know what a good resume is as opposed to a trash resume. But again, the whole situation, and it depends on how you define what is a resume. And I have a couple of different definitions.
Okay, well, we just define it as level of opposition, and you beat Canelo hasn't always beat only undefeated champs. By the way, he's defeated people that have been defeated as well, but they're still of top level of competition. So that's what I'm saying. We've got to keep the same energy. So either or it's not trash. Which one? You can't say.
So I have a different criteria. Again, this is all subjective. So when I look at resume, I put more emphasis on the guys you beat as opposed to the guys just your overall level of opposition.
Yeah, it's more impressive if you've beaten them.
Right.
But it's just that, don't you agree that iron sharpens iron? So if you're
I agree wholeheartedly. And look, in terms of their overall resume, in terms of who has fought the better quality of opposition, it's Alvarez hands down. Alvarez has fought a much higher level of opposition than Bivol has. No question. All right. But for me, when I look at, pound for pound, or who is the, and how I would organize my personal list, I'm looking at, well, who did you beat? Right. And when I compare Alvarez's resume in terms of who he beat next to Bivol's resume, Alvarez, without question, in my mind, has beaten a higher level of opposition.
Of course.
And then again, everything has to be put in context. So now you have Alvarez, who moved up to light heavyweight. Now, Alvarez hadn't really proved much at light heavyweight.
But he was still a champion, so we still got to give him that.
Well, I mean, he beat
an
old Kovalev. So he beat a Kovalev who was essentially past it. One foot in the grave, the other foot on the banana peel.
I know, and that's why I say there's levels of champs, but that we could split hairs and go down with all fighters that have fought certain levels of champs. But if we're just going to just make it even across the board, if you've beaten a champ, you've beaten a champ. So we just give him that. He was a champ at 175 as well, right?
But having all that being said, though, you still, in my opinion, you still can't put Bivol, Spence, Jermell, Haney.
I say that.
None of these guys on a pound for pound list if they've never left their division.
Yeah.
But here's
whoa,
the point.
Whoa,
OG, here's the point.
Shelton Moore. No. That don't make no sense, bro.
Yeah, it does.
You know why it don't make no sense? You know why it don't make no sense, Shelton Moore? Because think about how Jermell Charlo transcended to that division. He fought Tony Harrison in a close fight that everybody around the world talked about that fight. Didn't nobody know who won it, 7-5 or 5-7.
Yeah, but he still stayed in the same weight class.
But wasn't Tony Harrison a 154-pound fighter?
Is Marvin Hagler a pound for pound fighter?
No, he never left.
Got him, you the guy. You got him, bro.
He never left 160. He can't be up on the
That's a body right there.
Yeah,
you just got tripped up walking to the grocery store, bro.
160.
Yeah, okay.
Listen,
So now, wait, hold on.
Listen. Hold on. Let me finish this. Marvin Hagler, as great as he was, cannot be on a pound for pound list because he never left 160.
Okay,
he never left.
We have to unpack that, right? We have to unpack that. So now we need to go back and look at the opposition. We need to see who else is. So who is part of Marvin Hagler's era, right? And then look at.
You know who it is. It's Duran. What we're saying is he never left the division. So we're not changing it just because it's Marvin Hagler. Marvin Hagler is an ATG. Like, we all know this. But what we're saying is...
Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? LadyChann?
I'm
going to listen to you. And I hear your point.
To say something.
Go on, Lisa. Let Lisa go
ahead,
first.
I'm just gonna say this. They're not what we thought of as pound for pound. They're not using that criteria no longer.
Yeah, we know.
But good point.
ESPN.
I get it, Lisa.
So people are coming with their own criteria. Me personally, I think pound for pound, Marvin Hagler at 160 was the best fighter ever.
But you could say he was the best all-time great in the division. But
pound for pound.
Right. No, I mean pound for pound in that division.
But then you can't be pound for pound.
That transcends all divisions. He could beat everybody in any division with how he fought at that one division. She's saying he had different skills. He was the best. He could beat anybody from heavyweight to lightweight because of how he fought.
Yeah,
he switched up his momentum. Like, I get what she's saying. So I understand why he's pound for pound.
He couldn't beat Sugar Ray Leonard.
No, he didn't.
Same thing with Jermell, though, Mr. Shelton Moore. Same thing with Jermell. His style kind of changes, and he gets better, and he shows you even more shit. So he's kind of pound for pound.
So King Ronda, if King Ronda Don, if Jermell was a heavyweight with the skills that he possesses now, with all of the a lot of close decision fights that he's had, and with a loss, would you say that Jermell Charlo's skills, if he was a heavyweight, beats everybody else, all the weight categories downwards?
Only with a smaller man. He could beat like a Usyk. He can't beat nobody that big like a Wilder. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Usyk. Are you fucking
His style is good, but I don't think he's that smart to beat somebody that big. He can beat a smaller version of that, like a Usyk. He can beat that type of motherfucker. But he can't beat.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. We can't say if it was smaller. We could say Usyk with
Have you seen him how he advances every time he loses or every time he goes through something? You see how he advances?
But that doesn't. But here's the thing, though. This is what me and Chann are saying. But this is what me and Chann are saying. This is what we're saying. That all of that stuff you're saying is correct and it's great and it's correct. But if you haven't left the original division you started professional boxing in, you cannot be on a pound for pound list because you haven't changed divisions. You haven't went through the divisions. Pound for pound means you've moved through divisions. Canelo, pound for pound, because he's moved through divisions.
Yeah.
Yo, can I say something though real quick? So you saying like Hagler fighting somebody like a Sugar Ray Leonard, who was probably in a smaller weight class, and he went down to fight and fought him to his game plan. You don't think that's like pound for pound? Like he kind of transcended.
He didn't go down to fight Leonard. Leonard came up to fight him.
So now
Leonard came up to fight him. He didn't go down to fight Leonard. Leonard came up to fight him.
Can I chime in for a second on this argument?
Hearns is a pound for pounder. He went up 6 divisions, and he's been a champion at all of those divisions. If correct me wrong, if he started at what 140, 147, Hearns started at, right?
Right, and he went all the way to 175. Right.
Heavy.
So how is he not like a pound for pound fighter? I don't get that shit.
Thomas Hearns is a pound.
We watched him how he grew, how he went up division like AB. Like we all watched AB.
No. That's what we're not saying. That we're saying that Hagler can't be on the list. We're not saying Hearns is not on the list. We're not saying Leonard's not on the list. We saying Hagler can't be on the list.
I heard it wrong. You're right. You're right, Shelton Moore. Sorry.
So wait, can I chime in?
Yep.
All right. So a couple of things, right? First, we have to be fair to Hagler that when he was on top, the super middleweight division really didn't exist, right? I mean, it was out there, but really it was new. There weren't any names there.
That's a fact.
Really wasn't,
that's a fact.
You know, it really wasn't, something to be considered seriously. So for Hagler to have moved up, he would have had to go up to 175. And I think at that time, Michael Spinks was the champion at 175 pounds.
Yeah,
so,
well, he didn't. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. He didn't do it. Unfortunately,
he didn't do it. But
so
in those days, you didn't have the half divisions that you have now. So
he could have moved down. He could have moved down and become a champion. At
you know what? That's why I respect Andre Ward, because he went back up there to that division.
He could have moved down. Hagler could have dropped a few pounds and moved down and did that. And then that would have put him in pound for pound status.
Yeah. So going from and I'm not even sure that 154 really existed. I guess it was around when Hagler. It was around, but
it was new. It was new.
But
the guy at that time was Ayub Kulule from Ghana. Remember him?
It was there though. It was still there though.
But even still, we're talking about 7 pounds. Now that might not sound like a lot of weight, but I'm sorry, 6 pounds. 154 to 160 is 6 pounds. So that's a lot of weight, especially when you're already just 160. Right,
yeah, but
so I don't think going down is really an option.
No, but we've seen Roy Jones Jr. go up to heavyweight and then come down to light heavy. So that's a big. He skipped out cruiser, so we can't use that. We can't use that excuse.
Shelton Moore, weren't you and Hagler probably the same height and the same build? So you should probably be saying you pound for pound on some real shit. Like you and Hagler, same category.
I was 160 pounds when I was like 17, 18. I had been 160 pounds in about 40 years.
Yep, and I was 185 when I was 19. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, so this is what I'm saying. We can't say shoulda, coulda, woulda. We've seen people lose 30 pounds. Skip a whole department, skip a whole division, go up and move down 2 weights and fight. We've seen it. So we can't say if this, that. We can only do with stats, facts, and data and what was available. And if he didn't move down them 6 pounds and become a champion there, then he could have did it, but he didn't. So whether he could have,
but like Chann said, that doesn't take away from Hagler's greatness. No, Hagler was the man.
Yeah,
Marvin Hagler versus everybody. He beats them all.
But we're just keeping our rules that
He took her in the school, bro. He took her in the school. I was like, God damn.
Have you guys got Errol Spence on the pound for pound list then?
No.
I know you haven't.
He hasn't left 147.
Bar you,
He
bar
hasn't
you.
left 147.
I already, show. I already know you. Bar
The only way I would have Earl Spence on the pound for pound list is if I actually bump Devin out of ninth spot. If I dump Devin out of the ninth spot. Huh?
How can he be on there? He hasn't.
Because he got 3 belts.
So
he got
what?
3 belts.
Champion. So what? Anthony Joshua had 3 belts.
No, I'm saying he fought all of Keith's leftovers. Like he fought all of the guys that we all looked at and said, "Oh man, they great together," but they don't want to fight the dude from fucking.
Yeah, but how does that make him a pound for pounder? He's always been at 147.
Because the way he beat him up. The way he beat him up matters.
See, that's why I can't do
how
pound
you beat somebody up matters. Real talk.
So can I ask a question?
No, it doesn't. How you beat them is impressive of how you beat them.
It does, LadyChann. It has a big impact on how people.
Can I ask a question?
You qualify for the pound for pound, even if you can beat people.
Was Danny not a good boxer?
In devastating fashion. Does that
He was
mean
a good
that
puncher and a boxer.
Does that mean that you're going to be a Hall of Famer? No.
Was Mikey Garcia a good boxer?
That doesn't even mean you're going to be a Hall of Famer. But at least Mikey Garcia could be on Danny Garcia could be on the pound for pound list.
Oh yeah, well yeah, of course, because of how he beat Batista, I think. Yeah.
So can I ask a question?
Because he went through. Go ahead, Fight Doctor. Go ahead.
So in terms of Errol Spence and this pound for pound conversation, I think we need to ask some questions of Errol Spence's career. What exactly has he proved at 147 pounds? Has he beaten the top guy at 147? Has he done anything truly remarkable? I think if you start asking these questions and you start coming up with some honest answers, I think then you can better gauge where Errol Spence belongs pound for pound. Now, me personally,
not on my list at all because he's like I said. But go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Fight Doctor. That's crazy.
Oh, and let Fight Doctor finish. Go ahead. I know.
Yeah, now I like Errol Spence as a fighter, but I have to call it like I see it. I'm a fan of boxing first.
I like him as
Errol Spence has never beaten the top guy at 147 pounds.
Who is Terrence Crawford? You would say, right?
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, who the top guy is an open question.
Technically, he did beat a top guy at 147 pounds, and that's Sean Porter, because that was
he didn't beat the top guy, not a top guy.
He beat the top guy, bro. He beat the
Sean
top
Porter's
guy.
never been the top guy at 147 pounds.
No,
have you seen Sean Porter fight, bro?
Look, I'm not questioning the quality of the win.
Beat Earl Spence, bro. Only reason he lost because
did you see Keith Thurman beat his ass though?
Ronald, you're getting
Thurman, he did. Yep, Thurman did put them paws on.
You're getting things confused as like with stats and facts. Like Keith, Sean Porter is an amazing fighter. His resume, you can't really say anything about his resume. But what I'm saying is he was never the top 147 pounder. He never was.
Well, he had a belt. He had a belt, right? How did he get the belt?
Belts are good for holding up your pants.
The two best.
I think he got it from Danny.
Listen to me, Ron. The two best at that time were Kell Brook and Keith Thurman. They were the guys.
Of
course.
At that time.
You talking about the Kell Brook that always wanted to beat Amir Khan up, but Amir Khan ducked him for like 12 years?
That same guy who beat Sean Porter. Yeah, that guy. That guy who beat Sean Porter.
That was a good fight, too. That was a dirty fight.
He beat Sean Porter. So he was never, Sean Porter, like we said, was never the number one welterweight.
You know what, though? You got a point. You got a great point. And now we know that Terrence Crawford is going into the division. So he's probably like the...
Ronald.
I'm seeing now. I'm slowing down, LadyChann. I'm gonna slow down. I'm on my fanboy fan queen. I'm like loving y'all.
You need to get off this fanboyism. What's happened to you? Stop it.
Oh yeah, I'm busted.
I was always taught the undisputed is the man.
Fanboy. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, undisputed is not necessarily the man. No.
Well, now today,
undisputed with the ring.
No, because you could say Devin Haney is not.
I hope Devin gave that shit back.
You could say Devin Haney's not the top lightweight because he hasn't faced everybody in the lightweight division. Back in the day.
Don't say you're gonna give it back and not give it back. Oh, he hasn't. Lomachenko is his last test, LadyChann.
You can't say is Devin Haney really the top 135 pounder.
Yes,
what he's done is amazing. No, you
But
can't.
he beat the man that beat the man.
He beat the man. He beat the best guy at 135 pounds, so that makes him
Well,
the man.
Lomachenko had a great fight against Nakatani, and that's worthy of him versus Devin Haney. That was a good fight.
But here's the problem with that. Lomachenko lost to Lopez.
35. I can't say that.
But he got better, though. He got better.
Here's the problem. Lomachenko lost to Lopez. Lopez lost to Kambosos. Kambosos was soundly beaten by Devin Haney. That makes Devin Haney the man. I don't care what Lomachenko does. Until Lomachenko beats Devin Haney is the man at 135 pounds.
Oh, no doubt.
That's just without question. Because he beat the man.
Yeah, but that's what is going to get him over the hump. Usyk came back from a war, bro, and beat AJ. So Lomachenko's supposed to do the same goddamn thing. Don't be putting off no fight. If you that nice, go see Devin Haney. You see what I'm saying?
Well, he already ducked him, and I suspect he's going to duck him a second time.
That fight is coming. I think that fight is coming. Bob Arum.
Sure. But you also got to, you guys also got to factor in that Alexander Usyk also has 70 million reasons to take that fight.
Of course.
Oh yeah, yo, that Arab money, bro. That Arab money ain't no joke. What's wrong with these boxers in America, bro? You better go get that shit. Fuck that contract.
Yeah, but I think Usyk wanted that fight anyway. He was going to fight regardless.
Yeah, he's a competitor. He wants to compete. Usyk just wants to compete. He wants to compete against anybody. He doesn't care. That's why he wants Fury.
Yeah. We're going to have to continue this. I've been on for 4 hours and
Thank y'all so much for having me. Chann, I love you.
I love
Lisa,
you.
I love you.
Yeah, love you, Shelton. You know that.
Q. Everybody shoot me a text. I'm gonna put my number in the corner chat. Shoot me a text so I can get you contact.
I got your number. It's still the same. I'll send you a text.
Peace to both queens. Yo, peace to that chick y'all had on too. Peace to Q to God. Yo, that was a lot. That chick was lively. Yo. I like that shit. That shit was fire, yo.
Candace, yeah.
This is the first
I
time
like her. She cool.
This is the first time you've been on the panel, Q to God. So you are always welcome to come through like the motherfucking woo and join us whenever you see me live. Okay?
Yeah. Okay, appreciate it, man.
Appreciate cool.
All day long. Thank you very much.
I love his spirit. I love Q's spirit.
Right, Doctor, you know, iron sharpens iron. You know, you're always welcome to come back. Always like your advice.
Thank you, my sister.
You're always welcome to come here.
Thank you, my sister, for having me, and thank you, my sister Lisa Bells, for tolerating me.
Yeah. Oh no, tolerating you. No, that's not that.
Am I next? Am I next, LadyChann? Am I next, or is Candace next? What's Candace at? She left?
Candace left, and Candace, thank you for coming through. King Ron, thank you for coming through. AJ Aldrin, thank you for coming through. Kenny Kemp, thank you for coming through. Sorry if I've forgotten anybody that was on the panel. Lisa Bales, my sister, thank you for coming through as usual. Oh yeah, boxing. What's his name again? The one from New Zealand.
Okay.
Boxing.
Big Boys Boxing.
Big Boys Boxing. Thank you for coming through.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had Sporting Icons, my brother from
another all-star panel. A lot of good people.
Panel, yeah. And thank you for everybody in the chat. We had, Mark Nash that came through, Dr. P came through, Haplo that came through. We had everybody. Shout out to all the members. Stephen T, you came through. Tammy Ali came through. So I just want to say thank you for everybody.
Arlette came through.
Arlette, she came through. Shout out to all the queens that did come through. Candace, thank you very much.
Love y'all, man. I'll talk to y'all soon.
I love you.
Peace. He came through. Mal came through.
Oh, Coach Malachi in the buildings, and he came through. Thank you, New Media Today. Thank you, Mal, for providing the stats, facts, and data, and bodying and toe tagging with that show. I would urge you all to go over and look at that show in its entirety, because that show was fucking epic. So, as usual, how I always sign off.
All right.
How I always sign off, but I have to let you lot know. I am that bitch. So. And here we only deal with the
Colonel Jessup, did you order the code red?
You don't have to answer that question.
I'll answer the question. You want answers?
I think I'm entitled.
You want answers?
I want the truth!
You can't handle the truth!
You're tight, you're stuck at life, you don't want a round three. Worship the queen and your mic to pass. Keep it real, chicks couldn't wipe my. Anyway, now let's go get Ferrari. I am the ultimate Bengali. These chickens can't even spell that. You hoes bugging, repel that.
Yep, I'm that bitch. Just like
that part.
We'll flee that Red Bull alone.
That part. Now that was a little wolf. That was a little wolf bear.
Oh, I thought that was Red Bull.
Nah, that was an IPA. Little wolf bear. Yo, I love y'all, bro. Peace, true media.
I love you more, King.
LadyChann, Dundum season.
It's a Dundum season. Guys, follow me on Instagram and Twitter at LadyChann. And, you know, that's where you can find me. www.dundumseason.com. Get your merch because it is tidy. Can you not see the t-shirt that I'm wearing? We have hoodies, we have caps, we have trucker caps, we have jumpers, military style. We have them all. We even have basketball socks. You know, we're doing our thing over there at Team Dundum. So, anyway, I'm gone. Hey, girl, it's LadyChann rep nonetheless. Come box with Chann. Gyan. Ra. LadyChann has left the motherfucking building. Gyan. LadyChann.
Fight.